What's up? Banger soundtrack. Yeah, I did not remember the soundtrack being such a fucking bop. Not gonna lie, man. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oopsie daisy. See, why are the quick changes blocked? That's weird. Thinking, where should I put the camera? I actually don't know. Alright, let's lower like a 3. Actually, no, we'll do a 4. Don't want to miss out. Let's just get into it. Fuck it. Start a new game. I might put top left for now, and we'll switch it if it needs. There.
呢個係眼仔號，目標出現。
收到啦。
覺得會有個衞生。
咩啊？好多錢？
搞錯，佢帶住咁大把刀嘅。
明白。
情報話目標喺南邊過緊嚟啊。
嗯，清楚。OK，各單位準備，同我睇實佢。
Can I? No, I can't.
你捉個 Wei Shen 先好啊！
He's only.
I'm not fucking lying.
Relax, old boy. We're on the same side, remember?
條友都幾串喎。喂，有冇貨？
Yeah, you got the money?
喂，情況有變，
咩啊？
有個碼頭警衛，佢由後面上緊嚟啊！
揾人截住佢啦！
冇可能，我哋呢度太遠啦，路。
細路唔好亂嚟啊！
Look, I can get you 3-4 keys a week if you want.
睇下點？
What? My shit's not good enough for you?
喂，究竟發生咩事啊？
咩啊？邊撚個啊你？
停手，咪喐！
Come, my friend. Just
Are you
relax.
crazy? No, don't.
Maybe we can sort something out, huh?
你兇我啊！你知唔知我係邊個啊？
God damn.
所有伙計唔好俾佢走甩啊！截住佢！
好傷害我啊 ！Fucking hell! Don't do it, man! Don't do it! Let's go! Let's go!
And run. Alright, I can lower the audio a little bit. Talking's pretty fine, but we'll do that. There we go. That's not too loud. Upgrades, huh? How do I sprint?
Oh, what's the nets? You
Oh,
see them?
like that? Okay.
I think they're after wolves, crazy fuck! Hurry up! Oh shit! Run! Stay with me!
Alright. We got some chasing going on. Seems to be a bit too loud. Wait. There, and then we'll lower it a bit there so you can actually hear me. Alright. Let's go. It's going crazy, man. I don't remember shit from this game, not gonna lie. Like, I think I remember one town fighting, that's it. Okay. Oh, no, don't. No, 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 no. Jesus. I kept doing the same thing. Fuck. Alright.
Son of a bitch!
Oh, sprint. Oh? Oh, I fell through. What the fuck? Those cops. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Leap of faith. Ooh. Alright. I need more cops.
警察，咪喐！我哋而家要拘捕你。
Come on, we can work something out, right?
唔使諗啦，入到監倉裏面慢慢反省啦。而家唔係事必要你講，除非你自己想講。但係你所講嘅嘢可能會用紙同筆記低，即係成為情況證據。
Alright.
你明白？
Hectic start, not gonna lie. William Lee.
Hey man, I told you next week，下個禮拜 OK？OK？
點解你同我講埋呢啲
嘢
啊？唔掂咁樣
We
出
shan't.
嚟行啦！
It's Jackie from Old Prosperity, man.
Oh, I remember him.
Jackie Ma.
Lanaya, it is you. I can't fucking believe it. What are you doing here?
I recognize
did you
him.
get back? Well, wait, man, you look like shit.
Hey, fuck you. You know, 15 years to do that. You know, we're not kids anymore.
Whatever, man. Ask anyone. Jackie Ma still looks good.
Jackie Ma is still the same old. But good to see you.
What the fuck? They finally deport your ass from the United States?
It was mutual. Time I came home anyway.
Yeah, lock up. Home sweet home. So what they get you on?
Nothing that'll stick.
Ha! Well, don't let them pin any extra shit on you. Fuckers will try, let me tell you. Once they hear you're from Old Prosperity, happens all the time.
Hey, so you still in touch with any of the guys from there?
A few, you know. People kind of go their separate ways, but... You remember Winston? He's moved all the way up to Redpole in the Sun On Yee. I've got a couple of things going with him right now, matter of fact.
Huh. Redpole and the Sun On Yee. Shit, Dog Eyes always said he'd be running that neighborhood.
Oh, Dog Eyes is a Redpole too. And still a total poke guy. He was the one who got Winston in. They were pretty tight back then, but now... Hey, wasn't Dog Eyes hanging with your sister?
Damn, it brings up
long
the
time
sister? God damn.
Hey, remember when we were kids and you stabbed Dog Eyes with a pen? You totally saved my ass that day. Oh man, I gotta tell Winston that story. He'll fucking love it. Man, way fucking Shen in the flesh.
In the
Can't
flesh.
believe it. Looks like I'm out of here.
Hey, Jackie. So look, if you and Winston ever need help with any of that shit you got going on with him,
Of course, man. Look me up when you get out. It'll just be like old times.
Cool stuff. Am I getting out? Or am I just staying in prison? Quality is really good. I think it's a remaster, right? On the
Seems that
PC.
the evidence against you has failed to appear. How do you explain that? You must be a very dangerous man, Wei Shen. That is exactly what we want people to think. I trust that my men weren't too rough on you, officer.
you might ask them the same question, sir. Those guys are out of shape. It paid off, though. I made contact with Jackie Ma. I'm in.
Good work. Use him to get close to Winston Chu. Do whatever it takes. Raymond here will be your handler. You'll report everything through him.
Our intel suggests that Winston is looking for muscle. You need to find a way to make him trust you.
I've done this before.
Not in Hong Kong. American gangs, even Asian ones, don't compare to the triads here. The Sun On Yee is the most powerful
Look,
gang.
Raymond. Your name's Raymond, right?
Yes.
I grew up with these guys. I know who they are, what they are. All the intel reports in the world won't give you that.
We want the Red Poles, the lieutenants like Winston, all of them. And most of all, the Dragonhead.
Candidly, Wei, previous attempts to get close to him haven't panned out. We don't have much to go on. That's why you're here. I'm hoping that you can bring something more to our investigation.
Oh, I can bring
understand,
more.
sir. Look, the sooner I'm on the street, the sooner I can start.
Raymond will be in touch. Oh, and Wei, good luck out there.
Alright, alright. Time to be a badass. Able to cover cop shit.
Respectfully, sir, are you sure about him? He'll be under extreme stress maybe for a very long time. Now, I'm not sure he has the discipline to hold up. According to the file, he has a history of extreme behavior.
Yes, and an astonishing number of convictions.
He obviously blames the triads for what happened to his family. It could turn into a vendetta.
Raymond, Wei Shen is perfect for this job.
Yeah, we busted down the whole crime scene. We got into the top of the top, you know what I'm saying?
Wait, Shen? Man, this is going to be great.
Yeah, thanks again, Jackie. I appreciate the intro.
No problem, man. By the way, you know I tried looking you up a few years back, but I couldn't find shit. Do they have internet in America?
I think they're getting it next year.
Guess you were in prison or something. Come on, let's get out of here. Still getting used to being back, huh?
Yeah. So Winston's a Red Pole now?
All this territory is Winston's.
And that's nice. Wait, advanced options? 3D, yeah, more. Desync off. Thank you.
Pushing in.
Smaller UI.
If they're both Red Poles, shouldn't they be on the same side?
Should be. Dog Eyes always was an asshole. Turns out, he's a greedy asshole, too.
What's with the camera? It moves very oddly. Controls. Is that it?
One thing. When we get to Winston's, let me do the introductions. They're really distrustful of new faces right now.
It's wild the paranoia.
Sun On Yee had a rat. From what I hear, they didn't let him have a quick death. Made it real slow and painful.
Sounds fun. We're gonna get fucked up. You slow as motherfucker, you know that?
Hey, Jiu Mei. How are you, baby?
Jackie, you know my parents don't want you to talk to me.
Your parents don't even know me. Once we get to know each other, they'll love me.
你條契弟，我今日收你皮。
Leave him alone!
你
Damn,
就
bro.
認，打就企定。
I'm gonna call the cops!
哼，你同我含撚啦！呢度幾撚時輪到你講嘢啊？
Hey, you don't talk to her like that.
Stop it!
Get off him. I don't care who you are. Let go of Jackie. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Oh, we better fight.
小仔，幫大佬做嘢啊！
佢哋殺叔㗎，睇住！你睇，驚佢走嘢！打撚爆你！瞄準啊！我幫你收屍啦！兄弟，幫我打撚爆佢！揾你老婆去收屍啦！
Ooh. The fighting in this is so nice though. Feels really smooth.
Kidding me?
你死硬啦！
Yeah, all right. Come the fuck on.
Come on, hit me, bitch. Let me counter you on this.
係去打柒佢！你未夠班我打！
Oh, you bitch.
Come on！
Heavy attack, bitch. Throw him. Oh, you bitch. Come on. How do I lock? Wait, how do I lock my camera? Control layout. Target switch. How do I lock on? Oh, just the easiest button of them all.
I'm still here. Come and get me.
Ooh, yeah. The body flop. Ooh.
What did they do to you in America, man?
Damn. Fighting's nice, man. God
That look
damn.
nasty. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Bunch of fucking assholes. So, everything's cool? Well, you're welcome anyway.
Come on, Jackie. Let's go see Winston.
Let's fucking go. That's
Here
badass.
we are. Winston's mom owns the restaurant.
Whoa! Where the fuck do you think you're going?
Relax, man. This is Wei. Wei Shen. I told you about him, remember?
Fuck! We can't keep track of your bullshit friends, Jackie. No outsider.
He's not an outsider. He's from old prosperity. Like us. Hochi all day. Wei's old school, you know? I grew up with the guy.
Whole prosperity, huh? 點解我唔記得你嘅？
I've been on vacation. Jackie said you were looking for people.
哦，Jackie 話嘅。
No. You should have seen it, Winston. Wei just beat up like 10 of Dog Eyes guys in the market by himself.
係咩？
They attacked us. Seems to me you could use some better help.
你講乜嘢啊？ Winston, I don't like this cocky little fucker.
喂
Why would he start talking in English?
等一陣 I do remember you. You had a sister, right? 係咪啊？
Yeah, Mimi.
Mimi Shen. I remember her. Hung out with dog eyes. No offense. 真係熟到爆㗎。
You're gonna get beat up, man.
Where's she now?
She's dead.
Sorry. 唔好意思啊。So, 10 guys, huh?
You fearless? Or just crazy?
Try capable.
We'll see. Conroy, you know that problem we got in the market? Why don't you take Wei with you? Hey, Jackie, hang back a second. I want to hear more about your friend.
Let's do it. While we're beating up.
All right. You want to be a tough guy? Let's see if you can handle yourself. Dude, see what he's got.
Great. That's all I fucking need.
So you're the tough guy that's everyone's talking about. Hey, you think you can fight?
You like that?
I bet you fall at the first punch. Come on, dude. Don't go easy on him.
Right, hit me, hit me.
What do you guys think? Sucks, right?
How about that? That all you got?
You think you're hot shit, huh? Let's see what happens when
Put it
shit
back
gets
down?
to
Roy has to let you cancel.
Why did you get out of here? Huh?
Yes.
You like that?
Love the combat. Oh no. There we go. Wait, what? Who pulled up?
Hey, 你哋搞乜撚嘢啊 Boss, we were just leaving. 走啦吓。
And it was just getting interesting too. Winston, my old friend. So good to see you. How's your family, huh?
What do you want, dog eyes?
Oh, Winston, wait. Brother, I just came to talk to you, man. For old time's sake. Let's work something out here, okay? We can
Alright.
share the night market, huh? We're both Song Ong Yi, both grown men. We shouldn't be fighting like children. Hey, who's the new blood?
It's Wei. You remember Mimi Shen? Back when you first started getting girls from Big Smiley?
Oh, Mimi. Oh, yeah. First girl ever sucked my cock. Yeah, so what?
Wei's her brother.
And I was the first guy who ever stabbed you. You remember me now?
Whoa, wait, what the fuck, man? Seriously, Wei? I apologize. I'm really sorry your sister blew me.
The night market is mine, dog eyes. You got Siwa in the warehouse. That was the deal. So stay the fuck out.
Hey, tell your sister give me a call, huh? I wouldn't mind giving her a mouthful.
Beat her up. Come on, let me.
He hasn't changed.
Yeah, he is. He used to be my friend. Jackie, you two go to the night market. You make sure people understand that I'm in control, not dog eyes. Got it?
Got it, boss. Momentai.
And you fuck up anybody who tries to get in your way. I want to send a fucking message.
All right, time to beat shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Be easy. No problem. You just have to be
I'm not blocking
strong.
anything, right?
That's what people
Let me also
expect.
make everything smaller.
So you mentioned your sister back there.
Maybe?
There, and also this, and also where's the goal? There. Can I not select everything? Or now I'll pull it into the folder. Oh wait, no, actually, keep it there. Make another folder for the folder. How the fuck did I do it again? Wait, boom. go to this for now. Oh, where is it there? How the fuck am I gonna do this? I guess. I don't want it too big, right? I think that's good. Alright, let's get back to it. Why doesn't my quick actions weird? I'm already doing. Alright, let's go.
She OD'd years ago now. I mean, after we moved to the States, she tried to kick that shit, but
That sucks. She was, you know, really alive.
my mother thought maybe a new city, new country. The hooks weren't deep.
And once you start on that shit, it's hard to stop. For anybody.
Yeah, once she started.
Oh, man. And it was Dog Eyes that got her into it?
Yep. Fucking dog eyes.
Wait, can I talk to her?
Winston?
No. You?
Shit, Wade. Winston's the boss. When we were
Do I got the money? I don't know.
Thanks. Hope you
Okay, I got
enjoyed it as
195.
much as we did. You want good?
You're my best friend, man. That means more than a boss, you know?
Increase damage? Alright, let's fucking beat bro.
I'll take some, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Watch out.
Damn.
You like noodles? I got good noodles.
Hey, you want clothes? I got best suits right here,
Hey, CDs!
Need clothes? Need a suit?
You want movies? You want music? You want games? Come in!
Hey, you want food?
有上進新聞好，但係做嘢做到冇時間。
Hey, veggies! You want veggies?
Joey Kwan sells pirate DVDs. Let's start with him.
You want
Hey, little brother. We work for Winston.
I understand. How can I help?
Winston runs this place, and if you don't want trouble, you pay him. Period.
Of course, no problem.
Hey, come on.
Need anything? Just come ask.
Big man, you want some new clothes? Hey, come on.
You know, this is gonna piss Dog Eyes off. At some point, Winston and Dog Eyes are gonna clash, man. It's going to be epic. Winston versus Dog Eyes. Just like the movies, man. You want clothes? I got stylish clothes.
Over here. This is basic ice cream. Don't buy
Hey, you wanna do this?
We're collecting for Winston.
Winston? Dog Eye said he's in charge here.
We're here to clarify that. What, you want to be the guy we used to clear up the confusion?
I'm not afraid, you guys.
Alright, time to
Be a
beat you
tough
up.
guy.
仲有得靠友揾食啊！
Wait, what? Come on, get up, bitch. Hmm?
I'm glad I can make you see reason.
Take the money. Dog Eye won't be happy.
Dude, I think you killed him.
He'll be fine. He'll just have to drink through a straw.
Over here. I think
Alright, chat, melee damage.
You work for Winston. We need to discuss business.
Winston? I don't have any business with Winston.
Everyone has business with Winston. You're gonna pay up, you understand?
Go tell Winston to stick a back choy up his ass. Hey, fellas! These jerks are moving in on your territory.
Ooh, I got fucked up. Come on. Let's go over to the box. Let's go. Smart. Ooh, get fucked. Now give me that money.
Come on,
So did you have a message for Winston?
He's obviously better than Dog Eyes. Please give him this payment from me.
I think we're almost done, but let's check over there. You look like you could use a pay. Look at that guy. He's beating up that old man. That ain't gonna fly on our turf.
Okay, come here, bitch.
Anyone under our protection.
Hit you with a heavy. You can't block that shit. Stomp down and heavy. Oh, you bitch. Ooh. That man flying.
Why was he beating you?
He was demanding 20 times the normal payment. Maybe he has a drug habit or something.
For a small fee, Winston will make sure you don't have trouble with gangsters.
That sounds very reasonable.
Man, we need to get you outfitted. Over here, people need to know you're one of us. We got an image to maintain. Only the best brands. People gotta know you're successful.
Clothes make the man, huh?
Definitely. It's all about the clothes, man. You know how it is. Judge you by how you look. Hey, you want deal? You want cheap? You want deal?
All right, let's get some good ass clothes. Let's stylize this bitch. Torso. I don't know. He don't look too cool with that. This is cooler.
Thanks. Come again. I got clothes.
I'll go there.
Excellent.
Shoes. I mean, hey, gotta get
That's
it.
the one you want. Go for it.
Nah, no cap. That's an expensive one.
Have a nice day.
There we go.
Get back to Winston.
Fucking good.
That was awesome, man. All this teen. It's like you were born to do this.
Hey, Jackie!
You want to tell her what's going on?
Just keeping an eye on things.
Yeah? What'd you see?
I tell you what I didn't see. Nothing to be impressed about. I'm watching you, new guy. You fuck up.
What? We're gonna throw down? What kind of grade school shit is this, huh? I work my ass off all day, so fuck off and grow up.
Jackie, you're coming with me. We got something to take care of. And you, don't fuck with me.
Alright, sorry. We're back. Rewards gain 800. Alright, time to go back to that fucking clothes store. I know I'm going the wrong way. I need my clothes. Come on, man. I want my clothes.
Can you do me a favor?
Probably, yeah. What is it?
Mrs. Chu sent over some lunch, but I haven't paid yet. Can you take this back to the restaurant?
All right.
You might want to hurry. I heard dog guys are sending reinforcements. You should probably be gone before they get here. I'm going to trust you on
Nah, I'll beat them up.
Hey, you want movies? You want music? You want games?
Ooh, clothes. Damn, she don't let me. Oh, well, you could go both sides, so. Alright. Hit the other guy. Dude, fuck you. Oh, bitch. Eat it. Oh, okay. You funny guy, huh? You bitch. Stomp his ass. Ooh, yeah, that's satisfying.
This is for Susan's lunch.
Thanks.
Is that it? Damn, bruh. Really? Bruh. Thanks. Thank you, bitch.
Hey, you! Are you shitting me? So what'd you do?
Nothing. I came straight to you. Didn't want to start anything major, but without you knowing, you know?
So get this. A couple years ago, this guy Ming came to me and asked me to look out for him while he did business. Special K mostly, but other stuff too. I thought, why not? I'd take a nice little cut for my boys, no problem. But this week, I sent Jackie here to pick up the envelope, and he tells my boy to fuck off. Apparently, he's friends with Dog Eyes now, so we can all go fuck ourselves.
You want me to make an example out of Dog Eyes?
That home Garton is gonna get what's coming in. Right now, I need someone to take care of me.
Alright, so I gotta go beat up Ming up. Is that it? Oh, phone. Oh, just comparing to other people, I guess. I didn't mean to.
I'm looking for Ming. You know where he's at?
Yeah, he just passed the food stand around the corner.
Come here, Ming. Let's fucking fight, bitch.
Ming, I got a message for you. Stop!
What the fuck? How did I go up into the sky?
Out of my way! Get out of the fucking way, moron! Out of my way! Coming through!
Let's get him. Like, this is most of where I remember the game from. This chase scene. Oh, into the window? Sure. Go, 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 go. You bitch. You just threw him at me. You ain't getting away, boy.
Guys, I need your help! Kill him! He needs to be killed! Fucking bitch!
Alright, bitch. Ooh. Can I break him and bomb, bitch? That slow-mo is so satisfying. Into this and bye-bye.
Leave me alone, you fuck! It's one of Winston's guys! Take him out! You little Muto Hayat for the fuck you up!
Alright, let's fucking do it, bitch. I blocked that, fuck you. What the fuck's that? No highlight? I don't. Hit him with a heavy. Like I keep hitting. Counter, counter. Smack, smack. Ooh. This guy's a knife. Alright, I'll wait. Hit him. Over the edge, maybe? No. Come on. Fight me, bitch. Come on, hit me. Get fucked and beat him up. And you fucked, bitch. Beat him up, boy.
Dog Eye's gonna kill you!
Fuck Dog Eyes! Winston owns this area. You fuck with us, and you'll regret it.
Okay, but please, make sure Dog Eyes doesn't kill me.
Fuck. Hey, watch it.
Wei Sheng, I'm Inspector Tang. You have quite a rap sheet here. Multiple arrests in San Francisco, alleged ties to organized crime, and now you're here, enforcing for the Sun On Yee. You know, you don't have to throw your life away like this.
Your concern's really moving. I appreciate that. I'm suddenly realizing I should have never dropped out of art school. I could have made it. I could have been a real somebody. Thank you for showing me the light, officer.
I want to give you a chance, Shen, but you have to work with me. Then maybe I can cut you a deal. Oh, Superintendent, I'm in the middle of an interrogation.
Inspector, there's been a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding, sir.
As your superior officer, I'm instructing you to release this man.
But sir, I have it on record that he's Sun On Yee.
I understand that.
I can't simply just cut him loose. I mean, you're asking me to release a criminal with known connections to the Triad, and not only is it against
Well, for
protocol,
God's sake, Tang, he's one of us.
What?
Jesus, Pendrew, let me get the door. There are a few badges outside who didn't hear you.
It's all right, Wei. We can trust her.
Trust her? I just met her.
Congratulations, Tang, so now you know. Maybe now we can make sure that we're helping Wei, not making his job harder than it already is, hmm?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like I have much of a choice.
No, you don't. Now see yourself out.
Permission to speak freely.
Denied. You need to be more careful, Wei. Much more careful. I can't bail you out like this again.
Sir,
I don't want to hear it. Just be careful.
Fuck yeah. Ooh, almost up with a Triad? Why is there a car symbol and 270 DX? What the fuck? I got an apartment now. Is this a? Oh, I think I remember this area. I don't remember how it's structured, but I remember it vaguely.
Like this cocky little fucker.
You need to be more careful, Way. Much more careful.
There you go. Access wardrobe. Damn, I can go like this? Fuck yeah, badass. I'm not like that. Keep that shit. No, I don't want to go barefoot. What the fuck?
What? How much? No, I'm not paying that. Then the water still have to be cold.
Rosa told me that the things between Winston
Oh, bike? I can drive a bike? Ooh, beautiful. Get fucked. It's beautiful.
Wait, you okay, man? You look like someone took a shit on your face.
It's a bit laggy.
Jackie, I'm just a little frustrated, stuck being Winston's errand boy. You know, I was making serious.
Let's see. GP really can't handle shit, man.
Back in the States.
Come on, we're just paying our dues. Winston's a loyal guy. He'll hook us up when the time's right.
You can't always wait for the world to hand you what you want. Sometimes you gotta just take it.
Totally, man.
It's time to take a little initiative. We gotta prove ourselves to Winston and the Sun On Yee, or we'll never move up. Is there anything going down in the next few days?
Shit, yeah, there is. Dog Eyes has a big shipment of stolen goods coming in.
Well, it's good for Dog Eyes, but that might be too much too fast. Last thing I need right now is taking a sticky red pole up my ass.
It's not like that. It's a small deal. Word is there's only a few low-level Londoners looking after it. If we boost that shit and give Winston a nice fat cut, he's gonna be mad impressed. No way he doesn't promote us after that.
You'd have to be certain it couldn't be traced back to Winston. Or us.
Sure, of course. They're never gonna know it was us. Unless we get caught.
Well, we won't unless you fuck it up. Come on, get in.
Time to move up in the world.
Let's get it moving, boy.
Where'd you get the van?
My uncle's a chop shop around the corner. Call it a pre-stolen ride. I'm thinking I'm gonna get a steady girlfriend.
Oh, yeah?
What do you think of Jill May?
You're not worried that she doesn't want to talk to you?
Hell no. If I let that stop me, I'd never ask anybody out. What about you? You ever think of finding somebody?
A relationship.
Unlucky that person.
Sure it could. Look at me.
You're one of a kind, Jackie.
Oh, you drive on the left here. I was like, wait, what is happening?
My last score, baby.
Haul. What haul?
Tires, CRT monitors, a whole bunch of stuff. Who put on his mask? Can't let Dog Eyes boys know it was us. There should only be a few guards.
Keep the engine running.
Hey.
Oh? You close?
Come and get me!
Why do you always gotta fucking make it hard?
睇下你有冇命行出去。細路，驚就走先啦。
I keep fighting him. No, you don't. Had to fuck that bitch up. Whoops. Get fucked.
我一隻手指係篤撚死你㗎。
I'll go over here and fucked. Damn. How's she not going down? Damn this fucker. Damn these fucking bitch. Ooh, I clicked the wrong button. Ooh, come on. Smack. Keep smacking. There we go.
Watch should be in the warehouse, man.
Oh, I forgot I need to do that. I was like, oh, let's run.
Shit, we're taking off the goods.
Go, go, go. Look at this perfect driving.
Oh shit!
That's a speed boost. Oh, it doesn't turn when I do that? That's weird.
We did it, man! We did it! Hang on, I'll go get the watches.
That car be fucked up.
Wait! We got him!
Take them all.
Damn, that was crazy, man! We did it! Holy shit! We did it! Check it out! It's raining Cambria!
That was our big boost? A shipment of cheap watches?
What? What the hell?
We can't drive though. It says get back in the van. We can't drive. I can't get in. Return for checkpoint. I can't do anything.
Damn, that was crazy, man! We did it! Holy shit! We did it! Check it out! It's raining Cambria!
That was our big boost? A shipment of cheap watches?
What? What do you mean cheap?
Jackie, these are fake as fuck.
Holy shit, Tylo, the cops drive! Wait, drive!
Oh. Whoops.
This is the HKPD.
Mhm.
Give yourself up now. HKPD.
Go, 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 go.
HKPD. Surrender yourself now.
Get fucked. They ain't never getting me, bitch.
Oh shit!
He tried. Look at this, and I'm gonna... No, there's no cutoff here. Never mind. I'm gonna keep going.
I think that's it.
Yeah, they're gone. We're clear, man. No wonder there's so many criminals in this town. Those cops suck.
What do you think will happen with Dog Eyes?
I don't know. He's an asshole, poke guy, but he has friends in high places.
He's a piece of shit. Don't be afraid of him.
Man, wait, you just got back. Get to know who's who before you start talking about bosses that way.
Listen, Jack, comes a time you gotta stand up to guys like that no matter who's backing them. It'll cause the bad blood.
No, they used to be tight, though. Hard to believe Dog Eyes would turn on a friend like that.
He always was a shit, even when we were kids.
He got that good
Where's
shit.
this guy we're meeting?
Don't worry. I'll take you from here.
You sure you don't want me to stick around?
No, man, I got it under control. So, Nola.
All right, your deal.
Hey, wait! You did good out there. Here. Take this watch. You earned it.
Great, I finally hit the big time.
Alright, put on the watch. I need to level up, right? Yeah. Upgrades. Oh, triad. There we go. Disarm gun wielding enemies rather struggle. Okay, Slim Jim to quickly break into cars. Okay. Lock on and press A to roll over an enemy to face. Right. Perform a rising strike with knockdown. Melee weapon sprint attacks unlocks the ability to perform a powerful weapon attacks while sprinting. I guess sustain. It's a pretty boring one, but hey. It can increase your max health. Gotcha. What you need help with?
Hey!
What's up?
Hey! You're Song Yi, right? I was racing earlier, and I would have won. But this guy, Tommy Han Lan, he cheated.
Look at my head.
Ran me off the road at the last minute. Can you teach him a lesson?
I can move my head.
Keep him from doing it again?
Yeah, sure.
He's not far. Wreck his car. That'll teach him.
Who's over there? Oh no, I don't see him, so I'm going over here. Oh, it's vehicles for sale? Oh my god, that's a lot of money.
What? I'm not good enough for you?
You're not good enough for me, sorry man. I got a minute, that should be fine. Can I call in my car or no? Run, 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 run. Do I have time to run all this way? Shortcut. That time? I have no clue actually. I might miss this. Yeah, if I had gone immediately, I would have made it. Fuck. Restart from checkpoint. Alright, run. I'll make it now. Oh wait, can I steal cars? That is so much easier. Gotcha. Alright, let's beat this bitch up. How strong am I? What? I can kick an entire car?
What the hell? What are you doing?
Hit me, bitch. Come on. Up again and down again. Get fucked, man. Here's the game. Alright. Now let's take the car. Oh, I can't. Always forgets this side as well. No, I cannot. It's too broken. I'm broken in.
Can you help me out?
That Winston?
What do you need?
A ride, but in a second.
Okay.
Let's go! Let's go!
What the hell?
That asshole was sleeping with my girlfriend.
You can't just punch a cop.
I know. Gotta have a getaway ready. I really appreciate it.
A little warning would be nice.
Oh, right. Okay.
You gonna pull this shit, you gotta learn to drive. Think about dumping that girlfriend too, all right?
Well, she's not exactly my girlfriend. I really like her though. She's got a nice smile. Dresses real nice.
You're not even dating?
Not yet, man.
Is there a better thing for the car for like drifts? Controller layout. Can I drift? Driving, there we go. Emergency brake, B. I think that's the one, right? Action hijack stance. Okay, blah blah blah. Shoe, accelerate, brake. Weapon hold, stairs, cycle check up, phone, radio station, volume up. Okay, so it's B.
Mystic though.
Son of
There we go, a lot easier.
with that guy?
You mean like right now?
Come on.
We're son on ye. Cops don't got anything on us.
Son of a bitch.
They're right behind us.
No, he's not.
What a getaway. Thanks, Wade.
There we go,
Next time I need
so
hit him
much
up.
easier
I
to
know who
drive.
call.
Wait, am I just gonna take his car? Sure. Let's get it.
My man Wayne, you done good. You restored order to the night market.
Well, you took a chance on me, Winston. I wanted to make sure it paid off.
You got the right attitude. It's gonna pay off for you. You'll see. You know anything about the minibus racket?
Well, same as everyone. If you want to drive a good route, you pay the toll.
That's right. You know the pickup on Marlboro Drive? The most profitable route in the whole fucking city. From now on, it's yours.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Winston.
Dog Eyes won't. Right now it's his route. But you know how to deal with it, huh?
It'll be my fucking pleasure.
I gotta take this. Take a few of the guys with you to back you up.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm. You know how we do.
We're going on offense. Taking over Marlboro Drive. One man per stop. Anybody gives you shit,
Fuck them up.
smack them around, no killing.
What, afraid of little blood?
Dog Eyes' son on Yeet. We're taking the route, not declaring war.
Kicking ass is fine by me. I'll take this one.
Good job.
Yeah, kick his ass.
Who are you?
Whoa! Wait, hold on, gun. How come we're going after Dog Eyes? Shouldn't we be fighting 18K?
Dog guy came after us? This is payback. Plain and simple.
What if Dog Eyes complains to Big Smile Lee? What if he sends Mr. Tong after us?
Look, dude. Dog Eyes might work for Lee, but Winston answers direct to you. Nobody going to fuck with the trail. Nobody.
Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Hey, you haven't paid. If you stop, we'll beat you.
This is our stop now.
Other stall. Oh, you're aggressive, son of a bitch. Let's get you over here. Environment attacks, baby.
Yeah, fuckers. Show them poke guy.
Oh, you're with us? I didn't realize.
Alright, you
What
can
are you
with your
trying to
fist.
do?
I'll give you that.
Thanks.
Yeah, we have another guy with us a while back. He was good with his fist too. Came out of nowhere. Good story. Didn't talk much. You remind me of him. A lot. Turned out he was a cop. That's why he couldn't kill anyone, see? So now we know how to spot a rat.
You talk a lot. You know that?
You know what they do to traitors, right? When Tong is done with them, he buries them alive, 6 feet under. Nobody coming for you.
Hey, fuck you, Conroy.
I still think about that poor fucker sometimes.
You're trying to threaten me, huh? Think you smart, huh?
Let's go.
No, you stay here. I'll deal with this. Watch how a real man does it.
Son of a bitch.
You better get them!
Hey, you. You want this route, you gotta pay for it.
Are you stoned? I already paid, Dog Eyes.
Belongs to Winston now.
Winston? I don't know no Winston.
Pull over and I'll tell you about it.
You're wasting my time.
How about I break your legs and see how you drive then, huh?
I still drive better than you. I finished my road before you finished. Okay, I'm going.
Get out of here. I'm taking your passengers.
Okay, okay.
啊，你估發生咩事啊嗱？
There's a slight problem with your bus, so we're doing a change. Don't worry, people. After a quick change of drivers, we're on our way.
我好忙㗎，你知唔知塞一塞我冇咗幾多錢啊？
This is Dog Iceberg, 你老味。
你做乜嘢啊？
Hang on.
You can't drive this way. Who the hell are these guys?
你冇機會啊
Mistaken
Let me off! I don't want to be a statistic.
Don't worry.
唔係有咩事啊嘛？唔好嚇我啊！
Get out this way. Where are the police?
Just relax.
Are you on drugs? The real bus driver never drives like this.
Alright. Damn, I've been quiet for a long time. I didn't realize I got too into the game.
Buddy, don't kill us, please.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Just enjoy the ride. And phew.
Oh my god! He's gonna kill us!
Yep, I am.
Here we are, people.
This was probably the most exciting thing that happened all week.
What? You were just screaming, don't kill me.
The Sim Sang Shui route, are you?
I'm surprised I didn't go down in the cop score. 50,000. Damn. The cop just hit a person. Damn, he's good. Did I just drive to police? Oh, I drove to the fucking police station. I'm smart. Where's the hand symbol? Oh. Never mind. Give me my bike, bitch.
Can I help you?
Oh. Oh shit! I got that shit now.
It's sad that my life consists of sitting here watching you pick which color you want to try.
Damn, bro. Ooh. The cops saw nothing. What do you mean? Why is it turned the other way? You saw nothing, cop. Wow, cops really are blind. Woo. What am I doing? Oh. Calculated. And to beat this bitch up. Oh, he disappeared? Guess I'll do a cop job. Actually, let me get into that store first. No, thank you. I should be able to heal full health through using this store, right? Here we go. Gives your melee damage? I don't want that though. Fuck, I need health regen. I'll go here first. Damn, I gotta beat that. There we go.
Tea, sir? It really is most impressive.
All right.
That helps protect you.
You
Wait.
should notice the effects right away.
No, I won't. Damage reduction. I need health. You know the thing called health? I'll drive over here. There we go. Oh, whoops. Long as we live, baby. Ooh, hey. The house protect you. Oh wait, I'm full health already. Wait. Bruh. That was fun. Let's do a cop job. What is the cop jobs to do? We got this, we got this. He's running. Clean drive rank? What, huh? Well, I can't do that, I gotta ram him. There we go. He's still driving. There we go. Get fucked.
HQ has identified the suspect. They need him in one piece and able to talk.
Okay, bitch. Ow, bitch. Let's click. Can I? It said press B while grappling to arrest him.
He's done. Got him in custody.
And that guy worked on what? How? What the? What the hell? Rewards unlocked. Cop experience. I got a car for that? Sure. Alright, there we go. Straight line, 400 meters. Should be fine. It's not a straight line, never mind. It's not that big of a turn though. Well, I didn't beat the time, that's for sure. Here we go.
What are you doing here? I'm sure you and Pendrew have a lot of top secret backdoor business to attend to.
Look, I'm sorry about how I acted in there. You know, just playing the part. I'm already out there on the streets. I hear things like this ketamine racket. I'll see what I can dig up. How's that for an olive branch?
Serious. Just like that.
Look, I'll help where I can. What?
I'm just a little shocked. I'm just used to Pendrew's people being more like him.
I just think we'd be better off helping each other. Come on, what do you say?
I could really use the help if you're willing to give it.
Well, all right.
Text Ming. Target figure out times to claim gang affiliation is higher than he actually has. Use as infiltration asset question. In background with our asset. Access to him should be relatively simple. It's not clear, however, that the target can effect useful introductions on his own. Serious consideration should be given to using Scoundrel or another mid-level CI instead. Expect to place relatively high attention with it. Saudi factions would increase violence in and around the North Point Police District. However, it does not explain why the Jade Gang would risk punitive action by Sun On Yee leadership by targeting an allied faction under protection of Dread Dragonhead. Given Dragonhead David Uncle Poe's proclivity for extreme violence, the risk here is considerable, especially for Dog Eyes Lin himself. Who is a frequent steroid and drug user and has few skills beyond brute force violence. His promotion marks a shift in the Water Street Boys away from the sophisticated criminal operations and towards violence-dependent schemes, including but not limited to extortion, kidnapping, theft, and possibly murder for hire. Whitefish indicates that Wu's promotion may actually diminish W. W Chu. Wei Chu. Winston, wait, Wei Chu, I think. In the eyes of more senior Red Poles, as the widely held perception is that Shu cannot attract or cultivate effective subordinates. Is he Shu? Alright, there you go.
Did you look at the overnights? Yeah, but that's not the guy. It's Wen Shen Chang, not Wen Shen Chang. Yeah, bookmark Chang. Wait, no, that's Gumbu Chang. Bookmark. Bookmark Chang.
What? Let's get it. Alright, let's go. We gotta get him. Get him, get him. Hit this guy hard. No. There we go. He's out. Next up, the two more in front. %, that's fine. I got this. Sure. There we go. The other guy passed me. No. There we go. Take him out. Level 1, let's go. That's setting up the alarm or break in the window. Waken in slow motion when aiming while leaping from a vehicle at high speed armed. While holding a firearm, waken slowly, can enter slow motion. Okay, that's cool. After stopping an enemy or hitting them with a melee attack. Firearms have slightly reduced recoil, allowing faster follow-up shots. Performing an action hijack while being chased by police reduces heat level. All damage done when ramming another vehicle is increased. That sounds fucking amazing. But that one's so good. I'll do this one and then I'll go only bottom. That sounds like the best option.
Oh yeah? How much will that cost me?
Don't worry, we'll give you a good deal. So no need to ever pay full price.
Oh wait, there's a button for that. I don't know what I'm doing. How much money I got? Can I see? Where do I see how much money I got? Is there a way to see how much money? Oh, there. 76,000. I mean, I could maybe. Should probably not be seen in that. That would be bad. Love the car though, it was fast as fuck. Let's see what we can get here though. Yeah.
Lo Yao, how's it going? Those are some nice wheels.
Without compromise, street driven, track tested, phase 2 required. Ooh, okay, so I need more face and I'll buy this one. That sounds like fucking great.
What are you afraid of? These cars are clean
clean, baby. Totally clean.
I thought he said toilet clean, but it was totally. Let's get my face more known.
Gangster.
Gangster. Ooh. I'll think it's faster.
So, how's business?
Not
How's
very
business,
good.
bitch?
Sales are
Not very
way
good. Sales are
down.
way down.
My shirts are just too boring. Hey,
Shirts are boring?
could you help me get some new design? I want to do a landscape series. Really capture what's cool about the city.
Yeah, sure.
Get me a couple of classic shots. Email them over when you have them.
All right.
Got it.
Go to the temple? Sure. Give me this big thing. Sorry, ma'am. I need it. Damn, this shit fast. This shit fast as a motherfucker for this small thing? Yes, sir. Dude, the handling of this is really nice. Damn, you look hot from behind. I don't know. Never mind.
This will look good.
I need to go all the way there. That's far. Digital. I don't know what you're saying. Look, dude, the handling of this thing, a beast. Such a beast. Oh my eyes. Alright. Let's see, how far do we need to go? Over there? Is that far or no? I have no clue. Like 700 meters, not too far, but just a road easy to get to. A bit slow in the head. Had to wake up after like 3-4 hours of sleep, so let's see. I'm taking a photo here or what?
Finally. Hey, yeah, you. Hey, get the hell out of the way.
Sorry, I just can't resist the camera.
That's it, asshole.
That was a dumb idea. So good. I need a bit more. The money's not good from it, but the XP is good. Now time to beat up these bitches and get more fucking points. No, you don't. Fuck you, I parried that. Come here. Throw him over. You too. Come on. Come on, let's get back up. Back up. And now over here. Over. That's how we deal with them bitches. Oh. Open box. What's this? Running money? Let's go. I'm fine with that. You see that shit? The acceleration? Can I get this as my actual vehicle? Fuck. Woo! Meet up with Ming? Alright, let's do it. $800 meters, that's fine. Alright, let's get 100 meters. Then we do the next objective, mission thingy majingy.
How's your connect? You getting everything you need?
No, man. I haven't been back to Popstar since I left Dog Eyes. I'm not sure how he's gonna take it.
Want me to talk to him?
Yeah. I'm just about out. So grab my next shipment and make sure everything is cool.
Let's do it. Meters. Okay, then I'm going back and grabbing my fucking car. Why did it make me go over there? Give me that small thing. That's what she said.
Hey, is Popstar around?
What?
You Popstar?
Who's asking?
Look, I work for Winston. Dirty Ming's operating in our territory. I want to make sure he's supplied.
Sure, I'll fix him up. But
what?
I gotta get paid in advance. I'll make it easy for you. A couple of deadbeat junkies owe me money. Guys use a deal for me before they become their own best customer. Collect what they owe me, and I'll hook your man up.
Find a deadbeat? Sure. Come on, get up, get up. Wait, he's running? I didn't think he would actually run. What the fuck? Hold grab. Alright, he's down. Let's go get the other guy. The guy that didn't run. Come on, where you at, boy? There you at. Is that not him? That is him, right? There we go. I beat the shit out of them. I better get paid for this. This thing is insane.
Who the fuck is this?
He's okay. One of Winston's guys.
Yeah? Guess Sun On Yee will take on anyone these days.
Who's that? Feng Shen. Best shit in Hong Kong. You got my money?
Got your money.
Here's your package. Tell Ming to stick with girls over 14 this time. It's the cops.
Huh?
Stay cool.
Hey, you two! Come over here!
Let's go.
Stop! You're under arrest! This is the NCPD! Keep yourself up and down! Stop running!
There's a climb? Come on, let me climb. Stop! No. Any place I can climb, run up? No, maybe not. Stop, run up.
Inspector Tang?
What have you found?
I got enough to bust Popstar, but I also met his supplier, a guy named Feng Shen. Find out where he hangs out, and I'll see if I can get something on him.
I'll get back to you.
Now, how do I get my vehicle? Can I not call for it or anything? I guess this. I'll run to that and see if I can find also a mission on the way. Like, what's it called? Wait, let me just grab a car. Never mind. Give me your car. Give me. Get out, women. Drifting. I don't care if it's not in my. So she disappeared within seconds. What the fuck? Is there any face level ups I can do or no? Damn, bro. I need this legendary outfit type still. Let's see, legendary outfits.
Hey, don't walk by with shame. You can look better. I promise.
Hey, CDs, all the best. Hey, man, hey.
There we go. I need the other side. This looks kind of vibey. I'll get that.
You look better than that other guy. Cat's ears? Whatever.
What the fuck? The amount of DLC stuff that's right there.
I used to do a little gangster work on the side myself, you know. But I took an arrow in the knee. So now...
I don't know about if this is some tattoos, maybe. I don't know about the code.
Cindy Chung used to do a few special movies on the side. I tell you, she has technique. You go to the back alley and tell her
Agent 47.
She'll show you the meaning of dragon massage.
Let's see. I think I'm good with this. I like this style.
You want movies? You want music? You want games? I got everything. You want DVDs? Every DVD you want, right here.
Hey, you hungry, huh?
Full health for generation. Yes, thank you.
I'm starving.
I put in more noodles just for you.
But it's been 4 days.
Hey, you want movies? You want music? You want games? I got everything.
Let's see clothes.
I'm looking for something special.
A man like you needs a good bed. I could help with that. Make sure your night
Huh?
is as relaxing as possible.
Hey.
A new bed? I thought she meant her. No.
Thank you. Someone will deliver it soon. I hope you enjoy it.
Come on.
I want it close.
Hey, need clothes? Need a suit?
Oh, there. I can never find the actual. How's that triad shit? What? Make a statement without saying anything? Trucker hat? What the fuck?
Hey, where you going? Hey, come on. Good suit. You need good suit.
Oh my god! Of course, there's so much people. Choose. Oh. Oh, this was better.
Oh, can you believe that price? Don't ask me how I keep it so low. What are you, a knock?
Hey, sexy man. Hey, come on in.
Oh, no, yo. Look at what I have.
This is what you get.
Hey, come on in. I got special deal for you. You want DVDs?
What's the special deal? Come on.
Hey, come on in. I got special deal for you.
Nothing. And no clue.
Can I interest you in a pet? They make excellent companions. They're good luck too.
Pet bird? Sure.
Thank you. I know you'll fall in love.
Damn right, it's about a pet bird.
Hey, sexy man, you want new clothes? Why don't you let me dress you?
Best noodles for best prices. You come here. Hey, you. You hungry, huh? Hey.
Car's still here? Perfect. You fuck your ice cream, man.
Don't you let me dress you? Hey, all brands here are real. I got special supplier. Hey, Steve. Like this.
Oh, she died? It didn't say innocent hurt, it said innocent killed. Fuck me. Whoops. It really wants me to just do that mission. I guess I gotta. Oh, because I'm mid-job. That makes sense.
Oh, I need got the stuff, right?
Don't worry, I got your stuff right here.
Now I can start making money again.
That much though? Crazy. Yeah, now I can increase my reputation. There we go. We'll go around.
Excuse me, Ray! Where's Shen?
What do you want?
Mrs. Chu suggested I talk to you. She a friend of mine. I need a favor.
What do you need?
My husband is in the hospital and I can't pay the bills. The only thing we have of any value is our car.
You want to sell it?
No, I want you to run it in the harbor. Our insurance is really good.
Okay.
Choppa, what's up? Fuck. I don't have, as I said before, my hydrate is my, Coke. And I don't have my, Coke filled. Let me go fill that for you real quick. Alright, what's up, Choppa? Here you go. Here's my Coke. Good stuff. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, fuck. Alright. Her car's all the way there. I thought it was at the entrance. Oh wait, do I have her car already? Oh, I might be. Wait, am I already in it? Well, it doesn't matter. There we go. Her car's fucked. How'd I go underneath the water? Damn, bro. How do I dive infinitely? I don't know, I guess I can't. I cannot, maybe. Oh, the best vehicle in the game. The little fucking shitty moped. Such a good one. So good. Wait, where's the mouse? There you go. Oh, there's a guy here. Let's beat him up. Wait, is he still here? Yes, he is. There's also a cop here though, but it's fine. I'll beat him up in front of the cop. What's up, dude? Oh, he's big. Yes. You sure it's working? All good, man. Thank you for hopping in. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Ooh. Yeah, fuck. Oh, throw him. Pick him up again, and now against the wall. Okay, well that wasn't as cool as I'd hoped. Let's see, are there any... There's one. I'll do some quick face recognition things so I can get the new car. I didn't know if I reached level 2 with the last one or not, so I'm just gonna do this. We'll do this and see if I got it. Holy shit, that was a drift and a half. What the fuck? Alright, well it sucks on drifting just normally, but it's great at drifting at the start. $200 meters, gotcha. I think I never got anywhere close to this far. Let's go. So I don't remember any of this game.
You look like you might be able to fix it.
Then time it should be equal. Gotcha. Oh, you think you could do that? Really? You think you can get away? Nah, fam. Ah, you got stuck in the boxes. Oh, unlucky you. You sure that you're faster, huh?
You won't catch me, asshole.
How did I not catch him? Throw himself at him, come on. There we go. Money back. Well, I still haven't finished it. Well, he's dead. Alright. Let me just swim over here. Shortcut. Let's see. Climb up here. Yep. Need to get back to my moped. Where'd that bitch go though? Is she still here or no? Probably not, right? Nope. What the fuck's this? Cockfighting? I don't know if I wanna go over there. Let's get into town and see if we can find more recognize face missions. There we go. Fashion advice. Damn, that bitch just got in my way. Oh. Perfect. Oh wait, a bit too much. I should be able to get up, right? The camera's horrible. God damn. I can't go up. Because if I go up, it just goes behind me. Guess it's not too bad to do this.
Hey, mister! You got a moment?
I just drove all the way up here. Let's go.
Yeah, sure. What's going on?
Do you think this shirt is too tight?
Huh?
That will teach you to be a pervert. Run, Gibson, run!
Again? You ain't getting away, boy. I should have gone for her. But he took my money, so I need that money back. No, you don't. Smack, 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 smack. You blocking all that shit? Well, fuck you. How did you not stop? There we go. Why does he flop after? Base level up. There we go. Herbal tea is twice as potent. Energy drinks are 50% more effective. Nice. All right, now I can buy my car that I wanted. Why people always be so toxic and, you know, fuck me up. You gotta know by now that they can't win against me, right? Win every fight I do. Is the girl still here? No, she's gone. Here we go. Woo. Let's fight, bitch. I fucked up. I fucked up. Wait, I died? Oh, my bad. I was just chilling. I didn't realize I was dying. That's what the heartbeat meant. 3K? Don't go down more. Stop. Oh, thank fuck. Just way too much money lost right there. See, where do they sell cars? Right here? Yeah, that's fine. We'll go by the parking thing here. No, actually, we just take a car. Let's go. Wheelie wheelie. There we go, beat it. Ooh, that's fun.
Hey, Wei, check out what I got. Clean, fast, completely untraceable. What more do you want in transportation? Ah, you crash this one? Come see me again. I get you another one less than 24 hours. I like them.
There we go. Now try and catch up to me, bitch. See how much faster am I? Damn, that much? Never mind, they're catching up. Turn. Wait, yeah, damn, you actually won that turn? It's fine, I just get out like this. I'll turn left over here. Never mind, I did not. Can't catch me, bitch. Let's go. Clean driving. Let's beat it. Can beat Osab. Come on, Osab. I'm better. No, I'm not. Nah. Alright, let's see. Can I beat it? Let's just drive. That might. It's really hard to just keep driving. Maybe now? I'm gonna beat the clean drive thing. $38. Come on, I gotta beat it. Yes, I beat it. How long? Trying to extend as much as possible. All right. There we go. Back. Yep. No, you don't. Hit him. All right. I mean, that works, I guess. My back hurts a bit. What would the code be? 2010. I'll try 2010. Yeah, it looks like 2010 is my only lead. Oh. I'm so confused. Five, 6. Okay, 6, 7. Six is right. Wait, I should have done multiple at the same time. This is so hard. Four close. So 6 and 2. So it's 2. Wait, so it's no, it's 5. Wait, but 6 wasn't close. I'm so confused on that. 6 wasn't close, but 4 is close. So it's not 5, but 3. What? There is a 4, maybe that means. So there's a 4 maybe here. Maybe like this. Yeah. 1, 5. Ooh. There was a 3. No. Fuck. Okay, I'm understanding it now. So I can actually maybe complete this. Boom. A 9. There is a 3, so maybe like this 3 and this 7. 5. There is a 7, so this is 7 and this is something else. There we go. Fuck, I'm so close. 5, 9, 8, 6. So there's a 6. This is 6 maybe. This is maybe 9. This is maybe 8. 5. Wait, did I keep the 5? 6. 9. There we go. Got those. I'm so fucked, aren't I? Ah. 9. 1 is correct. 3 is correct. 5 is correct. Wait, I started with 9. Let's do it again. 1, 3, 5, 7. Let's do that. So 3, 7. Try 6 and 4 on these. Yep. 6 here. Yes. So long. And probably the bus is supplier. So I gotta go home now. Okay. I haven't been in my apartment for a long time. That the better bed? I don't know. Access wardrobe. That's a good one. They're rotating. Do your animation, come on. Let me see that watch on the backside. Okay, it actually fits. Good. Oh no, it's inside your skin. How did you succeed with that on a regular Like one of the main items that you get from the mission. That is a bit fucked.
The suspect has been spotted!
Did I get it?
We got them! We got them!
Inspector Tang, this is Wei. Fang Shan is down. Popstar will have to reach out to another supplier. I'm thinking we bag them both at once.
I agree.
Now, if I'm gonna get close to him, I'm gonna need a good disguise. Can you have your people send something over?
All right. Keep me informed.
Got it.
Are they sending something over to me? Psych evaluation. What? Days to a psych evaluation on myself. Subject referred for clinical evaluation per department procedure prior to extended deep cover assignment. Protocol. Subject met with Cynthia Dunn, SFPD departmental psychologist for a series of controlled interviews and behavioral tests. Evaluation. Officer Shen is a highly intelligent, self-aware, and generally balanced individual. He exhibits a strong moral system and has a clear understanding of the risks involved in long-term undercover work. I'm concerned, however, that the underlying social and cultural factors that may make him an effective undercover operative also expose him to psychological, emotional, and procedural risk. Officer Shen was relocated to the United States as an adolescent and has never had a strong father figure and or male role model. Consequently, his sense of identity and self is more malleable than officers who spent their formative years rooted in a single cultural identity. This makes him highly adaptable and provides him with certain chameleon-like tendencies that will serve him well when infiltrating a tightly knit criminal organization. Where is my English? My tongue is very, very weird. However, the lack of strong cultural grounding or sense of home may be a problem over the course of a prolonged undercover operation. If the chameleon is left too long in a given environment, he may forget his original color. Controlling officers must be careful to ensure that Shen's first loyalty is the police department and that the chameleon doesn't change permanently. Though generally self-aware, Shen does not fully recognize the malleable of his sense of self. This makes the lack of cultural or familial anchors all the more dangerous, as they may not be aware of shifting loyalties or point of view until it's too late. And they are right. I kind of do want to, become a bad man.
Yo, Tran, what you got for me?
I need a sports car. Let me ask the customer the specifics. I'll text them over.
Oh. No, wait. So using that. Use those. Bonus police job? No. I want the style of, no shirt. Looks a lot better. Save as an outfit. Save outfit. Like for a spark, maybe check around Club Bam Bam. Gotcha, man.
Jackie Ma is a real pest. He came by collecting money for Winston Chu yesterday.
Chan's nephew. He would never do such a thing. He's a sweet boy.
Why do you think everybody is a good person except for my boyfriend?
I don't have to answer that.
Damn, bro.
Dirty Ming sold me a jacket and said it was from Cheng and Sui. He lied to me.
That man is always trying to take advantage. Give me the jacket. I will get your money.
I see you.
Excuse me. Do you speak English?
I like to think so. Enough to get by anyways. You?
Yeah, Wait, what do you mean? Oh, yeah, I speak English.
I kind of guessed. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for this place, Old Temple Academy. I thought it was around here. It's supposed to be a kung fu school, but I'm totally lost. I have no sense of direction.
Yeah, I think I know where it is. I mean, it's not too far. I can give you a ride. I mean, it'll be easier than explaining where it is.
Okay, yeah, that'd be really great. My name's Amanda, by the way, or Amy. Either one is fine.
Oh, nice to meet you, Amy. I'm Wei.
All right.
You have a car in here? I wish I could live your life just for one day.
So what brings you to Hong Kong? Are you thinking of becoming Chinese?
No, I just finished college, and I'm doing a bit of traveling. You know, figuring out what to do with my life, that sort of thing.
How's that going?
Well, I've only been traveling for a few weeks, so no...
So this is the Bam Bam Club.
Back home I saw a restaurant that looked a little bit like this.
Don't let the locals hear you say that.
Well, I've only been traveling for a few weeks, so no real progress on the life front yet. But I'm checking out Hong Kong for a while. What about you? You got it all figured out?
I wouldn't say that. You know, I got a few family issues I'm working on clearing up. Maybe once that's dealt with, I'll get on to figuring out life.
Oh yeah? You got any pointers?
Well, the trick to Hong Kong is learning to live by ancient Chinese wisdom. Look both ways before crossing the street, always buckle your seatbelt, and only apply makeup at red lights. Don't text and drive, you know, that kind of thing.
Words to live by.
It was a bad idea. Go in here. That's where you go back out. Keep talking, come on. This is boring.
Wow. This is a pretty cool place for a kung fu school.
Unfortunately, the school isn't in the temple. Well, not that temple, anyway.
Didn't they use this temple as a backdrop for, what was it, Fists of Carnage?
No, it was used in the Grandfathers of the Shaolin Fist.
Oh, we're not going there? What? Yeah, my brain really wants a boost on the vehicle. Like, just boost it. Would be fucking sick.
Wait, you're scaring me!
I am scaring you. You're welcome.
Isn't this school supposed to be in a temple?
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'd like to sign up for some kung fu classes. I read about your school in my guidebook.
Your guidebook.
Yeah, it said you teach a style with a long lineage, but in spite of all that, it's still considered very effective.
You want to take classes, okay. And you, did you also read about this place in some book?
Well,
Wait. I know you.
Oh?
Yes, Sifu Kwa. I used to be your student. I'm Wei Shen.
Yes. The one who went to America. So you brought this girl back with you. Your skill level with girls, very good. Now time to assess your skill level in Kung Fu.
Alright. Are locked on. Use movement plus boom strike in different directions. Kick him in the chest.
All men must lose sometimes, but not to American spirits. Did you practice by watching television? Just because you were once good doesn't mean you are now.
I mean, I am though. Can't really say that I'm not good if I'm beating the shit out of your students, huh?
I try to steer them in the right direction, especially the younger ones. But they all want to be Songlong Yi. Now I just train them in the ways of my art. Try to teach them compassion and discretion, and pray for the best.
Sifu, I don't think there's much more you can do. Oh, Jade Rat. The Song Dynasty, right?
Very good.
The Song Dynasty? That's like 1,000 years old or something. That's real?
Part of a set of 12. One for each animal of the Chinese calendar.
That's pretty cool.
Sifu, you used to have the whole set. What happened to the others?
Stolen by a former student, corrupted by the Triads.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Sifu.
So was I. This collection meant a lot to me. But sometimes you just have to let things go. I should close up. It was good to see you again, Wei. And your lovely fiance.
What?
Okay, that was fun. What do you want to do now?
I need to get home, but I will definitely call you later.
Damn, he's got that. He's got that gangster ruse. Park your truck in disguise in front of Popstar's court. Take out his next move. Gotcha. Then you can start up caller. I love you just doing that. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Ooh. Right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yep. There you go. Let's keep going.
Wait! Get over here now.
What's going on, Winston?
It's Benny, manager of Club Bam Bam, old friend of mine. Now he's working for Dog Eyes. That Ham Garton is getting back at us for taking his minibus route.
Look, I'll go talk to Benny, make him see reason.
Yeah, wait, you go do that.
Alright. Seems like a cool mission. What are we doing? Damn, a lot of pirate people.
This looks fake.
What can I upgrade here? Bullet food is full health for here. Oh, I'll get it.
I'll take some, thanks.
Thanks. Enjoy.
Ice cream, baby.
Are you gonna let me in?
What do you think you're doing?
I got a message from Dog Eyes. You want to tell him you sent me away?
Dog Eyes? Oh, sorry, of course. Come on in, sir.
Damn, he walked to the side. That was gonna work. What's up, Benny? You not realizing me?
VIPs only.
What's going on in there?
This is one of the best karaoke rooms in the city. Nobody gets in without a hostess or the boss's approval.
I'm sure we can work something out.
Work something out with the hostess.
Whoa, damn. Hey, what's your name?
I'm Tiffany. Nice to meet you.
I'm Wei. Wei Shen. You're a karaoke hostess, right? Can you get me into the VIP room?
Sure. Just come with me. You have a bit of an accent. Are you from around here?
Yeah, originally, but, you know, I was in the States for a long time.
Oh, that's so cool. I always wanted to go.
So, what's Benny like?
Benny? You mean the manager?
Yeah.
Benny's nice enough. He always makes sure you get paid on time.
That's good. So, who does he rely on for protection?
Let's go sing. Come on. Sing me a song.
Really?
See ya.
Oh no.
咁都撞到我哋真係有緣啊！
Why are we doing this? %. Nice.
Wow, you're actually really good.
Listen, you know, I like it down here, but back home, I'm used to a little more. You'd be the person I'd talk to about that, right? Can I get a VIP room?
Yes, of course. It's much much nicer up there. Go ahead to the lounge upstairs. I'll get the room set up. Bye, Wei.
Where's Benny?
Oh, hey. Who the fuck are you?
I'm looking for Benny.
Hey, Benny.
Yeah.
Some guy here wants to talk to you.
Hey, what can I do for you? I have a message from an old friend, Winston Chu.
Winston? Well, this isn't such a good idea. I think you should leave.
He wants you to know that Dog Eyes isn't your problem anymore. If he gives you any trouble, you let Winston know, and I'll take care of it, personally.
You heard that, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Beat the fuck up. Keep beating him up. Ooh. Nah, bro. Can't grab him. Okay, bitch. Stop it, bitch. Keep hitting, he'll okay, he's gonna block eventually. Forever, never mind. Get over here, bitch. Environmental. Fly over, bitch.
Benny, get the fuck out of here! Benny, I know you're in there!
Really? Is that AC? Into the fishies you go. Jump over. Let's go. Beat him with a fish. Alright, man. Beat him up. Beat him up. Come here, bitch. Into wall you go. Come on, you wanna keep going? Get you into the speaker, boy. Smack. Look for Benny in the bathroom. He hiding in the bathroom? What a fucking coward.
Wrong move! Tokai!
Let's get you back up. No, you don't. Heavy and now grapple. Okay, no, so never grapple. Just heavy and then smack, smack, smack. Gotcha. Benny, I see you. No, you don't.
Relax, Benny. I'm not gonna kill you.
Okay.
Just listen.
Okay. What do you want?
Just what I said. Winston wants to be your friend.
And what about Dog Eyes?
Not your problem.
I hope you're right. For my sake. Can I go now?
Of course you can, Benny.
Badass. Level 2 on both? Ah, only one. Oh my god. So much. Oh, this cop upgrades. Percent rising strike went down, sure. Extra damage for all striking attacks. Strike. What is striking attacks? Ah, fuck it. We'll just get both. There we go. Oh, whoops. Wait, how much money you got? 8k. Not much, but hey. It's time. Meet me at the ranged location in an hour. Sure.
You're late.
Conroy's still watching me. He's got a real hard on.
Is your cover compromised?
Well, you haven't fished me out of the harbor yet.
All right. How are you doing?
How am I doing? Fuck, Raymond, where do I start? There's a civil war brewing in the Sun on Yi. Winston and Dog Eyes escalated practically every day. Don't you read my fucking reports?
I mean, you personally. How are you doing?
Look, Raymond, I gotta get back.
Your state of mind is important, Wei. It's important to me. It's important to how you do your job.
Fuck you. I do my job just fine.
Well, that's for me to decide.
You mean Pendrew?
Pendrew assigned me as your controller. And listen, Wei, Pendrew may not be concerned about you, but I am. I know you have a personal stake here, but this cannot be a vendetta. We're cops. There are rules.
You're a cop. I'm an undercover cop. The rules are different. And you're fucking concerned about me?
You are an officer of the law, Wei, same as me.
We are not the same. You understand? We done?
Yeah, we're done.
I'm getting the ending I want. I want to be a triad. I don't want to be a police. I want to, you know, break off to undercover. Wait, why do I have Tiffany's? We'll go. Commander, why not?
Amanda, it's Wei. You doing anything later?
Wei, hi. I was going to go see Magistrate Park. You want to come along?
Yeah, cool. See you in a bit. Meet me at Victoria Peak.
Yeah, that'd be fun. See you, Wei.
Let's keep that story going. Why not? There we go.
Another thing, keep that low-life boyfriend away from our house. If you want to live in the gutter, at least don't bring it home with you.
What are you talking about? That creep dirty Ming sold me a jacket and said
Time to get my car.
Can I help you?
My actual car this time. There we go.
Oh, I wish I could live your life just for one day.
Oh, you can actually have music on? I didn't know that. Bang your music. What the fuck? What? Why is he saying pervert? Music sounds good though. The beat's amazing. Bang, you're fucking music.
Way! Hi!
Hey, Amanda. You look frustrated. What's going on?
It's closed. Why is it closed?
The public is only allowed in on the weekends.
Oh, this sucks. I wanted some pictures for my blog.
Let me see what I can do.
Walk up, threatening them.
You know how I was talking about writing a book?
Yeah? With your photos, right?
Yeah. I decided to do it on all those cool little shrines all over town. Oh, can you take a picture here?
Did we actually get in? What the fuck?
That looks good, thanks.
You
Really
have to
doesn't.
say, that dress looks really good on you.
Well, you know, this guy bought it for me.
Guy bought you that dress, huh? Tell me about it.
Well, he's pretty cocky. A bit of a jerk. But he's also kind of cute.
And what does the guy think about you?
I don't know. I hope he likes me.
Well, I don't know about the guy, but I think you're pretty cute. You think you can let me and my friend in?
No, I told you it's closed.
Look, I'll make it worth your while.
Well, sir, it is time for my break. I think I'll go for a walk.
You're so resourceful, Way.
What?
Hey, will you take some pictures for me? Please? Oh, over here. Oh, that's pretty. I think this is a good spot. Good composition.
Really isn't.
One more. That's great. Thanks. You're a pretty good photographer.
Ah, no problem. My pleasure.
That was great. Thank you so much. I can't believe
All
you
for
got
photos.
No problem. I mean, it was fun. Kind of, you know, nice playing tourist in your own town.
Yeah, I can see that. Thanks again, though, for taking the time to, you know, do this.
Yeah, it's okay.
So, was this like a date?
Sounds good to me. What do you think?
Definitely. I mean, yeah, that sounds great.
Well, thank you for the date then.
Already, goddamn.
So hey,
Gangster
I have
is.
an idea.
Oh, really? Tell me more.
Help shrines appear on your minimap. Surveillance report a cart, right? Wait, surveillance report on her? Amanda Cartwright? Why is there a report on her? What? Why did they? Wait. Why is the report on her? Serpents. Cat right to no criminal record, known criminal association in the United States or Hong Kong. Traveling on a tourist visa has applied to several years. So limited physical surveillance conducted on us on an available basis over a 2-week period. No suspicious activity observed. Subjects were seen flirting with or romantically observed with several other males of Chinese origin. Courting officer observed this may reflect a romantic bias or sexual preference unrelated to ongoing serpent operation. Subject behavior leads to surprise to conclude the possibility of extended serious romantic relationship with serpent. Unlikely. Not a security risk. Englishman. Ah, there's my car. Looks so beautiful. That looks so beautiful, man. I want to do cool drifting. Can I run around and get them? Oh, they're right here. Catch a bitch. Pitching balls. Sounds like a fun fight over here as well. Get over here, bitches. Get fucking beat up, bitch. Throw him off. Come on. Parry. Oh, damn. I just want to parry him, not break his fucking arm. Oh, good luck, Bozo. No tongue.
Elegance, style, legendary quality.
Oh? Music? To my ears? Goddamn! Victoria Peak, yeah. Ooh, clean drift. What the? Calculated. Alright, speed up. Why do I not have the mod thing? Show mod icons, boom. Fucking bots, man. Vibing music. $36K? Damn, son. Is there nothing else that I can do for them? Martial arts, no. There's also, yeah. I can only deploy stuff? Bruh, I wanna keep doing available missions. Popstar Elite 3, get evidence of Popstar. Oh, I guess I got it.
Hey, wait! Check out what I got! Clean, fast,
Let's see, paint
completely
jobs.
untraceable. What more do you want in transportation?
I'll take that.
Forget last year's designs. Get the hottest new designer glasses at Kuan Yin Optical. With over 1,000 stores worldwide, our top designs bring you classic, retro, and funky. Kuan Yin Optical. Designer frames and sunglasses.
Let's see. I did disguise now. Did it switch?
Finally.
You're sneaking up on this bitch. Let me lower the audio. Alright. I'm going up on the roof. Gotcha. Can I just climb up?
Let me see the stuff.
Of course I got the stuff. You think I come to a drug deal without drugs? My shit is the best. Check it out.
What was the animation?
Money's on the boat. Follow me.
Huh? You just hopped over the edge. Why would that guy go so far?
Fucking bitch. Show her. I can't do that. Can't do that to me.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing down here?
I live here. I gotta sleep. Get to boat. Drunk.
Get out of here.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. I gotta.
Oh, God. That's disgusting. Oh, shit.
Bullshit. 10 keys at 35.
You're cheap. My stuff is worth twice that. These are old friend prices. I'm not your old friend. 35. You bring me all the way out here to waste my time? Am I some Taiwanese?
Are they kissing?
Oh, no. 50. Maybe I'll scratch up another 5 keys for you. 40. Fuck you. 48 or I sell it all at 18K. They don't got the proper pain.
Did you get Popstar Supplier?
I got him. And so did Popstar. 2 shots in the chest.
Damn.
Shuts down the drug pipeline, at least. And I'm giving you Popstar on a platter. I got the deal and the double cross on camera.
Good work, Wei. Thanks. With Popstar gone, Sun On Yi is down to only one supplier. The bottleneck will create a lot of tension inside the Triad. Watch your back, Wei.
No, no. Fuck. Jumping's a bit awkward. Run up the wall. Up, up. Come on, man. Can I not get up? Up there? Wait. Jesus. There we go. Just jump over. Shortcut.
Really? Cops? Great.
Really? No, alright, full speed. Turn here and full speed. What? No! I had it. I had it. If only that fucking thing didn't get him away. Oh yes, he crashed into something. Bang. And now it made me drive 700 meters the other way. Well. Huh. Let's see. Is this really faster? Oh, it's right there? Okay. Let's go.
We've charged Popstar and his top lieutenants. Conspiracy, trafficking, possession, and murder. He'll get life. And we've seized what looks like an entire month's supply. Thanks, Wei. You've done more to stop drugs coming into Hong Kong than half the narcotics squad combined.
And that means level up. Ooh. Nah. Grabbing clothes. Death of Officer Charles. Oh. And money. Oh, right here. Yeah, I'm doing this because I want to get the car one. Strike after tackling the enemy. A plus B. Oh, statues to return. Do I gotta return the statue first or some shit? Come to a restaurant right now? Sure, bud. Where's my car?
Hey, what can I do for you? It's sad that my life consists of sitting here watching you pick which car you want to drive.
Let's do it. Oh, already hit a wall. Perfect. Time for more story that I want. How much money? 46k. Okay. Let's see.
It's fucking great when you're on my side.
Wait, we've been waiting for you.
You guys smell something? I do. 一直食屎嘅老鼠。You know what happens to rats, Wei?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Conroy gave me all the details when he was helping me out on that midway.
You're so sad! Who the fuck do you think you are, huh? You come in out of nowhere and suddenly our guys start to get arrested? He ratted out Popstar, Winston. I know he did.
What are you gonna do to him? This motherfucker right here is a snitch.
Is that right, Ming?
You fucking rat. I sent you to Popstar, and now he's in jail.
Yeah? And who stands to gain the most from that? You're gonna take over Popstar's whole ketamine racket now. No more scraps for you. You'll supply the whole city with drugs. You and Dog Eyes. Popstar's gone, but you're still dealing, aren't you? So who's supplying you?
Are you guys actually listening to this asshole? He's a rat. He's a fucking rat.
你個冇狗用嘅垃圾! You're still working for that bastard, aren't you, 係咪啊?
Wait, Winston, I swear.
I was a dirty fucker,
我
Ming.
發誓唔係我，唔係我。
Damn.
Fucking rat. Clean that up.
Wait. He dropped the gun on the ground. And then he did the animation of putting it in his back pocket, but it was already on the ground.
You get in this business for yourself, you're bound to end up like little Lanta.
Let's go, we get out of it. That wasn't us, bitch.
You know what happens to rats when he ratted out pasta, Winston? I know he did. What you gonna do to what?
Oh. Damn, bruh. You going crazy or some shit? Huh? Why is there another message?
Easy now.
Can I not take a shower? Bruh. Shower. Can I not? Damn, bruh. Toilet. Banger. Yeah, let's make sure you don't show shit. What can I do? It's a pretty empty house. Our apartment, I should say. Can you buy apartments? That would be sick.
Listening, you heard there was a fight there. I hear you too. Selfish. So? It's a club. What do you expect?
I'm not complaining. I think it's kind of sexy, like when Danny gets forceful. It's hot.
Hey, what can I do for you? Why? Don't go too crazy on this one, Way.
People, how am I just showing people?
Don't go too crazy on this one, Way.
I want my car, of course.
You go enjoy yourself.
Wait. Well, I got the blue one, even though I didn't want it. Fuck me. Who was trying again?
What's up, Tran? Looking for anything in particular?
I need a coupe. Stand by for details.
I get more money. Hit these. There you go, money.
欢迎光临. Can I help you with something?
Yeah. Are you Ping?
No, there's no Ping.
How about the owner then?
I'm the owner. Just not Ping.
All right, not Ping. I'm picking up hardware for Orange Lotus. You know it?
Orange Lotus? Sure. This is some pretty sophisticated stuff. Sure you can handle it?
I'll manage.
My number's on the package. You need a hand getting slot X into socket Y? Give me a call.
Huh?
Did you get the bug?
I got it.
Oh, he jumps it. I tried to cut him off. Alright, let's catch him quick. It's not good that he has to bug.
Would you like wait, ice cream? Special discount for men with nice shoulders.
There's a button to like make himself roll there so it doesn't like fuck up his fall.
got it.
Our surveillance team reports that you should be able to get onto the roof from the construction site next door. Whatever you do, don't let them see you planting that bug.
No shit.
I gotta go grab my car again. How was that? Wait. I want statues to return. What does that mean?
You have a car in here? Oh, I wish I could live your life just for one day.
Had to. Clothing found. Oh.
How'd the bus thing go?
Good.
Well, you can fight, huh?
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
Hey, don't try that shit. You got something to say, talk.
It's too easy. This guy comes out of nowhere just when Dog Guy is pressing us.
Oh, Prospero. I knew him when he was a kid.
Yeah, but where he's been since. Reminds me of.
You think he's a cop?
I think there's. Just not.
We'll know soon enough. No cop will do what's gonna have to be done.
Oh, I'll do the work that has to be done, cause I'll betray the cops, cause that sounds more fun. Going to trans way.
Hey, I'm getting some noodles from the kitchen. You want some?
Sure. Why not?
What kind?
They're fucking noodles, Vincent. Whatever's back there.
I kind of feel like pork.
So get pork.
You want pork too?
I'm pro. Damn, I'm good. Damn, my car's already this messed up? Goddamn, dude.
found one of your statues.
I must confess, I was surprised to see you. I had hoped
We took
that
them
you
with
might
us
have
when we
escaped
left.
Hong Kong.
So coming back
Escaped
didn't
its
change
influence.
much.
Are you ready to confront them now?
Yes, I think so.
What would you like to learn?
Oh, I can do this. I need to do it at the dojo. Gotcha. Strike after tackling an enemy. Sure.
I'm ashamed to call myself your teacher. Your failure is truly breathtaking.
同你開片，死打死打！你咪吹水啦，打就打。
Father!
你開片，死打！你打得贏我仲乜都打。
I'm embarrassed for you.
你咪吹水啦，打就打。
My shame at your performance grows by the minute.
你打得贏我就乜都得。
Towering ineptitude. Have you been drinking? Please stop by again if you find one of my statues.
今日我見到個人拎住支槍周圍。
Nice. Alright. Wait, didn't I have another point? I do. He didn't let me have it.
Trying to learn kung fu.
I found one of your statues.
The snake. I am grateful. I promised myself I wouldn't train members of the Triads anymore. Not good for one's karma.
What makes you think I'm in the Triads?
Don't lie to me. If there are things you can't reveal, don't. But never lie.
How do we talk about the things I can't reveal?
We don't need to. I knew you well once. I don't believe people change that much.
Right. Appreciate your faith.
What would you like to learn?
Sure.
右邊起第三個，呢款幾好啊！呢件嘢係咪特價先？我就唔買㗎啦。
Your new nickname is even more evil too.
我哋而家一個護兵整到老馬有火。
I yearn for the days when my students were really bad. Have you no pride, Ming? Your ancestors fought. They like to disown you. Strong like bear, not limp like noodle.
可唔可以教我點用啊？嗱，50蚊，唔該㗎啦。
I see you have studied. Be now, ancient master of disgrace. Please stop by again if you find one of my statues.
That looks good. I really just wanted to try it stuff. I don't want to do cop stuff. Like, really. Do I have no option? Really? I forgot it's a left-sided road. So weird. Ugh.
Son of a bitch!
兄弟，插緊死佢！你條契弟，我今日收你皮！
The double. Ah. Restart from checkpoint. This is hard. Alright, let's try it. Come on.
Son of a bitch!
Dude, the double strikes is what gets me. I dodged that. What? I dodged that. What the fuck? I dodged that again. What is happening? I'm tap tap and it's not working. I'm confused. I dodged. I don't get it. Okay, I'm spamming the button. Nothing happens. Ah, yes, beautiful. I dodged. Dodge. Look at this guy. Dodge. Okay, it's only one hit. That's fine. Dodge. Dodge. I dodged all those, but okay. I dodged. What the fuck? I dodged the second one. What is wrong with double dodging? Dodge, dodge. I dodged. What is this? I'm sorry, but no, that's just fucked. What is wrong with their double dodges? Ah, that one I did not dodge. 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 Huh? It. That one I did not dodge actually. Ooh. I dodged. Get away. I need to kill 30 of them. That's impossible. I'm bleeding to death. How do I dodge? I'm so confused. Dodge, dodge. Why? All right. I'll just do perfect ones. I think I do perfect ones. They cannot stop combo. There we go. Perfect. I fucked up. It's fine. Fists are just better. Like, fists are just so much better. Look at this shit. I am bleeding to death though. I don't know if I can. I am dying before this timer. Oh, heal, nice. There we go. Fists are just so much better. Ah, I fucked up. I fucked up. Gotcha, bitch. Dead. I'm dying from the poison. Ah. All right, now it's much easier. Just drop the thing. How do I drop it? Huh? Drop the weapon. Pick up weapon. Throw. There we go, perfect. There we go, now melee. I fucked it. Oh, he missed a knife though. Damn, damn, damn. Oh, I fucked up. Okay, it's fine. No, you don't. Punch. Oh no. Yes. Damn, I didn't get to kill him. Oh, I fucked up. The poison. Hit me, bitch. No, you don't. Get fucked. Kick him on the ground. Get you down. Kick him on the ground. Kick him on the ground. Beat your ass up. Beat your ass up. Keep going on this guy. Well, I parry that. Fuck you. There we go. I parried. I countered that. What the fuck? Get him on the ground. Ooh. This is scary. Don't type by poison. No.
Is that all you got?
Wait. I died. That guy missed. Really fucked me up. Ah. Down the ground. Hit ya. Smack. Gotcha. Here we go. Smack him on the ground. Ooh. Come on, come on, hit him, bitch. Ooh. What? He missed. Down, bitch, kick. Oh, you're just down. I parry that. Fuck you. There, no, keep hitting. Fuck you. Come on. Perfect, he hit me on the ground. I fucked up the parry. It's fine. Perfect. The bleed, man. This fence is fucking me up. Yeah, come for me, bitch. He's dead. Get fucked. What up? I'm bitch right now, but I'll stay lurking. What's up, dude? Thank you for showing up. I am dying by poison. Fuck me, I'm so close. Okay, I'm not that close, never mind. I'm just over halfway. This takes so long, this fight. No, you don't. Survive. Keep hitting. No, he's dead. I fucked up. Clear your chest and I poison, right? Please. Only the knives. Otherwise, I'm fucked. Come on. Woo. Keep smacking him. You got kicked the fuck out. Woo. Hit me, bitch. No! Fuck, you gotta hit him. No, you don't. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm better. Did I win? Did I finally win? Whew, that was hard. And how little? Oh my god, that's so little. Oh my. Like that long and it's still only that little? Shit, man. Plus 25 health. Never mind. That's a good thing. Oh, oh, time to go beat up this bitch. You gonna be easy now because I just fought the hardest shit of my life. Smack. Yo, easy as fuck, bruh. I'll smack him on the ground. Ah, wrong button. Oh, I thought. Ignore him and then go for this guy. Double, double, punch, or a kick. Double, double, kick. Grapple him because he's not a grappler. I punch him on the ground. He doesn't let me. It's fine, I got him. Let's fucking go. Wait, my coke's already out. Alright, what options do I have right now? Well, fuck, I gotta do that. Can I drive this? Oh, I can. Big ass truck. Forgot I'm not on the left side. go. Ooh. Go in. Ooh, yeah. Where's a boxer? And 5K, let's go. Oh, I'm right here. Oh, wrong side. Whoopsie daisy. I'm actually supposed to die, but it's fine.
Inspector.
Away. I'm glad you're here. What do you know about the underground racing circuit?
Well, they drive fast. Occasionally they crash into something.
Yeah, and occasionally they end up killing each other.
Well, that's manslaughter at best.
But these last couple of files don't feel like manslaughter to me. It's got more of a deliberate feel to it.
You want me to check it out?
Yeah. Get into the circuit and see what you can find out.
All right. See you.
No, thank you. Can I get the option to not do that?
I'm Wei Shen. You up for a race?
Yeah, sure. Long as you don't mind losing.
Damn, I take an impounded car to do it. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's see. Oh, racing. Slowly overtaking the lead. Damn, they're far away. Easy stuff. Split up. Outro. Let me lower the music. It's a bit loud right now. Easy first place.
Lucky for you, those Amars kept getting in the way. 1 in a million shot.
You want a rematch?
Yeah, sure. I'll take you.
Yes, sir.
Big time, let me know. Everybody knows I'm the best driver in the city. Everyone.
Oh yeah? I'll take you down too, hotshot. Just as soon as my car is fixed.
Bitch, I won. I'm better than both of y'all. What can I say, man? Level up hot cop? Yes. And that should be... Which one was that I wanted? This one. Clicking slow motion aiming while leaping from a vehicle at a high speed while armed. That's such a weird specific thing. You need help, huh? Alright. How are you, Shroom? Everything good? Everything chilling? Should be right here. What's going on?
You okay?
No, I'm in big trouble. I really need your help, please.
What's wrong?
It's this.
A gun.
Yes. Charlie made me carry it in my purse for him. He didn't want the cops to find it, so he made me take it. And now he's gone, and I don't know what to do with it.
Charlie. He's one of Dog Eye's people, right?
Yes, and you took over, right? So in a way, the gun is yours too. You'll take it, won't you?
Sure, I'll take it. That's it? That's your big problem.
Yes. Thank you so much, Wei.
What the fuck?
I knew I was right to trust you.
Don't
That
worry,
it?
Tiffany. I'll take care of it.
Thanks, Wei. You're the greatest.
That was it? Just grab my gun?
Hello?
Raymond, I got something.
What is it?
Something for ballistics. A weapon belonging to one of Dog Eye's men. Do you know Charlie Pang?
Wait, how did you get Charlie Pang's gun?
Never mind. Can you use it?
Alright, meet me. I'm on my way.
Wait, my car's right here, right? Yeah, there's the impounded car that I, for some reason, can use. Yeah. Bang.
Andrew? What are you doing here? Where's Raymond?
This is something I wanted to handle personally, Wei. Do you have Charlie Pang's gun?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've noticed that guns are something of a rarity in Hong Kong. Not like in the States. This particular gun is quite important.
Why is he not dead?
I was hoping you'd help me with that, actually. Officer Shen, take up a firing position. Okay, you ready? All right, listen. It's simple. We'll have to recreate the fight.
You think you can rip me off? Oh, hang on. Let's just talk about this. Fuck you. Let's go. Damn it.
First, he was in cover behind the barricade. Get down behind that barrier. Good. I want you to put some bullets in a few things.
Oh.
All right, good. By now, the van must have appeared on the scene.
How do I reload? See, reload. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, it's that one. Okay.
Then he must have run to over there. Shooting at the guys over there.
It's not that accurate.
There was a shooter, firing shots from the passenger window. But he couldn't get a clean shot, so he pushed forward. Keep going, come on. One more thing. He would have tried to get away, but Charlie disabled the car. Where are you going, Wade?
Wade's burst?
Your weapon, officer. Good firing, Wei.
Pendrew! What are you doing?
I told you he wasn't important. Now he is. He's going to help us nail Charlie Pang. It's for the greater good, Wei. You understand?
I don't think I do, sir.
Wei, I know who you are. You're just like me. You do what must be done. Local PD is on their way. You should go.
Damn. That's crazy. Huh? Are y'all tough? Y'all wanna fight, huh? Oh, lose the cops? Well, fuck, I hopped off my bike. Not a good time. Bikes are so fast. And the AI is really good enough to do this? Nope, he ain't. Wait, he is. No, he's not. I was reading the message. Don't text and drive. Talk to truck driver, you can bug him. Just car and tell him. I don't want to do that though. I want to. Okay, I want to actually bang music. I want to do the thug shit, you know, gang shit. So much more doing the triad stuff.
What the fuck's going on?
Dog Eye shut up Winston's mother's restaurant tonight. 冚唪唥叫醒佢哋啊
Winston, I just heard. Your mother?
She's fine. But 2 of our people were killed, and a couple customers were wounded. The police are there now.
Wait, he went after your family?
大佬, everyone's outside. 我哋隨時可以出發. Listen up! We're hitting his sweatshop on the waterfront. All his drugs move to that place. It's how he makes his money. I want it burned to the ground. Siwa runs the operation. Put that Gaton in the shallow grave.
Damn.
你等緊乜嘢啊？走啊
Winston, are you sure about this?
Of course I'm fucking sure.
Look, what's the chairman gonna say when he finds his warehouse floating in the ocean?
He's not gonna like it. But there's no way Dog Eyes walks away from this.
So burn the warehouse, but take Suwa alive. Put him to work for you, and give the chairman a bigger cut than he was getting from Dog Eyes.
Okay, do it. Bring him alive.
Right, boss.
Boom. Kector's smart. Oh, I have to hop in there. I have to let him drive? Nah. Oh wait, oh wait, I forgot it's on the other side.
Dog Eyes gotta know he fucked with the wrong people.
Yeah, no kidding.
We're short a gun. You're good with your hands, Shan. Let's see what you can do without iron.
Look, hold on. We shouldn't go in shooting anyway. There'll be workers in there. And we need Suwa alive. He's worth a fortune.
Oh, we're going in shooting. This is Dog Eye's biggest moneymaker. They're not gonna give it up without a fight.
But you want me unarmed?
You're the new guy. Once you're inside, find your own gun. And use it. Believe me, you better have some bodies on you before the night is over. I want to see proof that you're not a cop. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one test that matters.
So you want me to kill one of Dog Eye's drug dealers to prove it? All right? It'll be my pleasure.
I mean, hey, he doesn't want to kill people, but hey, he has to. It's the only way.
All right, here's the plan. Go to the back door. I'll look around and wait for my signal to attack.
I don't care if harming innocents lower my score. Time to fuck bitches up.
What? You seen the new Carbiers? Silver.
I know him. No one fucking get him.
Whew. The combos, man, they're so clean. The fighting in this game, I fucking love it.
Who the fuck is this?
Come on, bitch. He's also a grappler? Damn, bro. Annoying bitch. What am I doing? I'm not blocking. I'm not parrying him. How does he do that? Spam. He's down, okay. Perfect. Why is he not attacking? Ooh. Got him. Whoa, both of them just got put to the grave right there. How is it not Parrying. The knife sucks.
Hey, who are you?
Time to shoot people. I want to at least. Let me shoot. Time to grab ammo. Give me that ammo. Damn, dude. Found you.
Fuck. Siwa, you're coming with me. Fuck you! You're not taking me alive! Stop!
Shoot him in the leg, man.
Light it up! Come on. Stop goddamn chasing me! Guys, hold away! It's really burning. Run! Run!
Really?
Shit! Fuck you! God damn it, let go of me! What are you doing? Let go of me! You're fucking with the wrong people! God damn it, let go of me! Wait, guys! Help me! Don't move! Shit! I said don't move! Fucking cops! Let go of me! Fuck! Are you fucking done? Okay, okay, I'm done.
I am so good. I hit the brakes, man. I hit the brakes. Oh my god.
What are you doing? Shut up. You know what you just did?
You're dead! You're dead!
Look, I'm not afraid of dog eyes.
Dog eyes? Motherfucker, I get paid by dog eyes, but all my product goes to Big Smile Lee. You wanna fuck with him?
I just did.
You dumb bastards got any idea how badly this is going to...
We'll see.
That was fucking crazy! Siwa. Nice to motherfucking meet you. From tonight on, your partnership with Dog Eyes is done. Take a ride with me. We can talk about the terms of your new partnership. You did good. Here, a little token of my respect. Keep this up and there's a lot more. I get the feeling things are looking up for the Water Street boys.
Thanks, boss.
Water Street.
Hey, man. Look, I don't do this often. But, I'm sorry, I was wrong about you. You show your true colors tonight, brother.
Fuck yeah. A lot. Yes, yes. Oh, whoops. Upgrades. Triad. Knock down, lock on, and press A to roll over an enemy. Roll over an enemy to face their back. This sounds like a really good one. Perfect time to test it. But fucking just them right here. Wait, he got me? What? Oh. How does he win? No, kick you on the ground, bitch. I'll pick you up. Wait, I shouldn't pick him up. I forgot he's... I might lose. Woo. Woo. I forgot that I cannot pick up those characters. the grab... What is it called? The grapplers? I think they call them. Oh, even more. Oh. Just more and more. Oh, whoops. Actually, no, it just happened. Dude, I hate that there's... I can't, like, choose to be worst person. Like, I can do the, like, a little bit. How do I unholster the gun? Stow weapon. Wait, fuck.
My cousin's best friend's dad is a cop. I'll have him arrested if you don't let me go.
They're still really close to me, huh? I helped them and all I get back is a closed store? Oh wait, no it didn't. Let's go into this place, the night market. I wanna see if there's more stuff to buy. It's perfect to drive in here.
You want good clothes? Hey, big man, you want some new clothes?
Oh,
Hey, come on in. I got special deal for you.
how much? 5K? It's always 5K on those?
Hey, come on! I got a best deal in town. Best you will see on the street right here. You need food? I got good duck.
Yes.
Extra fresh duck. You want fresh duck?
He's blocking me.
You want something cheap? I got everything, man. You need food? I got good duck.
Serve it up.
See? You look better already.
I haven't even eaten the food yet. What do you mean look better already? Oh, it's this guy.
I need to make an impression. What do you have?
Boy, huh? Looking to cool off? I got a couple of extra aircon units here. Never used.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I'll send someone to install it.
You want limited music? You want game? Food arrested for princess. Need clothes? Need a suit? Hey, buddy. Lola. You want DVD? Hey, every DVD you want right here.
You like noodles?
Hey,
Come
CD.
on.
All the best CD
You want
we have.
Hey,
You want movie?
So loud.
You never see. Hey, buddy. Come take a look.
I'll take a look at you. If it's just the same shit again, then choose shit. Yeah, I think it's just the same.
Wait, we're going Henry, you'll never see deals like these. Wait, Lo Yao, take a look at what I have.
Sacred store? Nope. I like being a bitch. Alright, let's go.
You'll never see deals like these.
Hey, CDs. All the best CDs here.
Any extra stuff for my house? Anything? Nothing extra? Really?
Hey, sexy man, you want new clothes? Why don't you let me dress?
Noodles.
I got
Two
special
for one.
deals.
Nope, nothing there.
Impressive, eh?
Oh, yes. Thrilling.
Don't sound too turned on by it.
Juicy, succulent fish, 好食啊 Not salty. 邊個要
I had no idea my boss was that kind of guy. I mean, come back here.
How do you live with yourself with these prices? I was expecting much cheaper.
Oh, that's what I came here for. Right there.
Tender and flaky, always good. You like?
How is there no?
Hey buddy,
Nice.
come check it out.
Good shit. Food. I am very hungry as well. But I don't feel like making food, but I really should. Oh, there's the shrine. Hey, one more.
咪走寶，咪走寶啦喂！各位靚仔靚女，埋嚟睇啦，埋嚟搞啦喂！
Gamer mentality? Yeah. I don't know, I'm just way too lazy. I really need to make food. I'm starving. Yeah, no, I legit didn't sleep. None of them have done yet. I mean, I did sleep for 3-4 hours, but that's not much.
Don't you let me dress you?
Is there a mope nearby? No. Alright, I'll hire the taxi. I have to go here anyways, yeah. I don't like cop stuff, man. I want to do gang stuff, not undercover cop shit. It's not as fun. Ooh. Sorry. My bad, G. Oh yeah, forgot. Left side of the road. My brain still cannot comprehend it.
You can't be serious. Are you trying to insult me? That car's crap.
Let me fix my car up. Then I'll take you. Easy.
Fine. It's your funeral.
I have it. 1:30. Okay, I have timer. Time to hack. Don't tell me it's the old hack that was like really hard. Okay, this one's easy. This one's fine. There we go. There we go. I gotta keep behind him.
Shit, Naz.
How's the race circuit, huh? I still own it. Hey, you know this guy Wei Shin? Supposed to be Sun On Yi. Every time I turn around, that guy shows up. And usually the cops aren't far behind. Started racing the other day. Talking tough. You think he's a rat? Or undercover. They had a
go.
Yes.
Spectre, it's Way. Hotshot's gonna race Ace. And he's talking like he's not gonna let Ace make it to the finish line alive.
Do you know where and when?
Not yet. Hey, one other thing. Hotshot and his friend Nas suspect I'm a cop.
Naz Singh, the drug smuggler?
You know him?
Yeah, I know him. He's an informant for HKPD. He's the one that put us on to Hotshot in the first place.
Fucking guy is playing both sides of the game.
You want me to tell him to shut up?
No, I agreed to help you, Inspector, but not if it gets me killed. Do everything you can to keep my cover intact. I'll deal with Nas myself.
All right, Wei, all right. For now, let me know if you find out anything about that race.
This shit cool. This game's fucking amazing. I missed so much when I was a kid. I played maybe the first 20 minutes of the game over and over and over again every time I played it on the PS3. It was, I should have played a lot more. This game's fucking a blast. Oh. Whoops, misclick. There we go. It's similar to GTA Watch Dogs, just gang street fighter style. Yeah, it is. It has the. It legit has a lot of GTA like aspects. This 100% just was inspired by GTA. But it still feels unique as fuck. Like it feels like GTA, but at the same time it feels unique. So I'm not complaining at all. Let's see. The fighting mechanics seem cool as hell. The fighting is so unique. This, like, I love the fighting. It's simple at the same time, but it's also so nice. I fucking love it. Wait, I don't want the blue car. Don't give me the blue car. That's not the one I wanted. I don't want. Fuck. Go to bed? Sounds like a good idea. Am I gonna try and get killed in bed? There we go. Accept vehicle. I gotta go home and sleep. The fuck? It is very odd though that you can tackle like this. It's just tackle other cars by dashing with the car. I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. Like, it's fun. And if you spam it, you lose momentum, so you don't. It's not like a constant speed boost, but you can use it sometimes. You bitch. Wait, I want money. Let me get the ticket thing. There we go. Let's see. Sleep.
This guy wants in.
Oh, am I having fucking nightmares again?
Show your true colors tonight, brother.
You are an officer of the law.
I'm contemplating all like his which good side, which is good side, I guess. My brain, just shut up. All right. Have any new objectives, please? Uncle Poe. Uncle Poe sounds like the best.
What do you want me to do about it? I'm a landlord, not a Mr. Wei told me there was an explosion at Quick Fortune Manufacturing.
Wait, what?
Hello.
Wait, the Knox Security Company has refused to pay protection money. If you see their vans, hijack them and bring them to one of our garages.
Okay, so they're just
Sounds
making
good.
me.
I'll grab them if I see them.
We'll do this first and then we'll... There we go. Trying to get away, huh? Nah, you don't. No, you don't. Mine. Oh no, not the cops in this slow vehicle. I hate it. Like this, phew. Oh, that's a dead end. I'm stuck. What is happening? Oh, beautiful. Another other car and I can just drive. Oh, whoops, did not mean to do that. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, are you kidding me? Didn't reach out? Ooh, okay, good. I did. Is that cop not dead? I don't know. You playing on Xbox or PS controller? None. It has the symbols of a PlayStation controller, but it's a controller that costed like $15, and it's really good. I don't know if you can see it really, but yeah, it's really nice. But yeah. It's supposed to be a bootleg, but to be honest, it's nicer than some of my PlayStation controllers I've had. I just bought a new Xbox controller because my bumper got stuck. Yeah, this one I've had now, how many months? 4 to 6 months, and it's worth the money. It's really good. I'm very happy with it.
Wait, Lo Yao, take a look at what I have.
Any new cool cars?
Clean, fast,
Low pressure turbo. Ooh, wait, what happened? What the fuck? Yeah, let's get this one, I think. That's the most expensive one, right? Yep. Then we get it. And now we just gotta change the color, because I don't want that fucking color. What the fuck?
Lo Yao, how's it going?
Let's see. No. Wait, what? I don't see what colors there are. Johnny on the spot, I'll hook you up. True. I'll just take this one, I guess. It's just a darker gray, I guess. Can I go to Uncle Po? There we go. I'm Johnny on the spot, I'll hook you up. Ooh. Look at that drifting though. And I hit that. Fuck. There we go.
Who's he talking to?
It's the Dai Lo, man. It's the chairman.
我明白㗎啦，我馬上到。Wait, you're coming with me. Looks like you're gonna meet Uncle Po.
Oh?
The rest of you, wait here. Don't do anything until you hear from me.
What's going on?
You are staying here like I told you. And you are shutting the fuck up. Got it?
Yeah, boss. Of course.
Good. Let's go.
He's really pissed, man.
You're worried.
Pissed off the wrong people, Ray.
Look, at least we kept Siwa alive.
Yeah. That may be just what saves us. I'm gonna bump Uncle Po's cut. Hoping that does it. It's not fair, you know? Look what I built. The night market. All of North Point, really. And Dog Eyes gets green. What was I supposed to do, huh?
Just what you did. Look, you can't back down from that asshole.
You and him got history, huh? Well, me too. Listen, Wayne. Anything happens to me, you look after the people, okay? Conroy, they're good guys. But they're not gonna be their family. I know Conroy. Family has to stick together. Prove yourself now. Do me a favor. And he'll see it. Even if he doesn't want to take my mom too. This can be rough business.
Why are they talking at the same time?
Something for us is each other. And it should to you too. Not just that we're son on you. True, and we look after the people we love.
Okay, Winston. Siwa told me he really works for Big Smiley, not Dog Eyes. I keep hearing his name.
Big Smiley is back in Dog Eyes, sure. That's where he gets the balls to come after me. Lee has a lot of power. Along with drugs, he's into prostitution, porn. He even sells women across the border into the rest of Asia. Whole thing is run like an industry. Very sleazy, but big money.
Winston, we can't just walk in there, not if it's as bad as you say.
We had a lot of choice. It's the way it's done, Way. Besides, you can't hide from Uncle Po. If he wants you dead, you're dead. And I'd rather see it come, you know? We should be okay. But if I get my ass shot,
do not do anything stupid. You hear me?
Okay.
Who gives a shit?
Fuck off, Johnny. Hey, Winston. What's wrong? You look a little pale, man. That Dog Eyes tells me you've been throwing your weight around. What happened? You guys used to be tight as shit.
Is he here?
Nah, he left a while ago. Without a scratch. Doesn't bode so well for the other parties involved. Go right in. Have fun.
Damn. And you said the other guy was fine, so you're not. Oh, Uncle Po?
Uncle Po. Ah, Winston. Come in. Sit down. Have some tea. And you, young man, must be Way. Winston speaks very highly of you.
Winston has been a good friend to me. I've tried to do right by him.
I like the way you think. That's the attitude that makes us.
My character looks so badass, not gonna lie.
Loyalty.
The tattoos are sick.
Used to be more common. Winston says you're the one who made sure Siwa was not arrested.
No, it was Winston's idea. He had to assert himself. Assert his position. But he didn't want to inconvenience you in the process.
Did he now? In any case, you did well. I want to show you my gratitude.
Uncle Po, there's really no need.
Don't argue with me. Do you know Roland Ho? He has a business collecting debts. The other day he told me that he could use some help. It's quite lucrative, you know. Tell him I sent you. Winston won't mind in the slightest. Will you?
Thank you, Uncle.
Winston, relax. I know you were provoked.
Oh no. Oh no, the guy's standing up.
God.
Ah, yes, the smallest footsteps I've ever seen.
I was going to be carrying you out in a fucking body bag. Uncle Po must like you.
Yeah, I don't think he has an opinion on me either way.
All right. I tell you what, you get tired of spinning your wheels in the night market, give me a call. There's more to this business than strong-arming street vendors.
Ricky. Your name's Ricky, right? I appreciate the offer. Let me think about it and I'll get back to you.
Damn. Why are they talking like it's been so good, and then now his walk was weird, and at the same time he did like.
Street. Give you a chance to see what it's like to be in the big time.
Isn't that my car? Yeah, it is. What do you mean take the car across the street? That's my car. Wait, no, that's my car. That's the exact same car though, isn't it? Maybe this one's just modified, I guess. It definitely modified, yep.
Yeah, you alright?
Things are gonna be okay. There's gonna be work to do. A lot of work. Stay ready.
I always am.
Look, in the meantime, I'm getting swamped with the sweat and crap. I'm gonna need your help with a couple of things.
Yeah?
I tell you, it's easy to be a rebel than a crew. Let's stop by the restaurant when you're done there, okay?
Got it.
I'm stuck. Why does everyone sit on a junk sofa everywhere? What the fuck?
Hey, Roland Ho?
Who's asking?
My name's Wei Shen.
Ah, Wei. You got friends in high places, my boy. I hear you and Winston have been making trouble with Dog Eyes.
Dog Eyes has been asking for trouble.
I remember when I was like you, always looking for a fight, ready to kill anyone who so much as looked at me sideways. Here's a tip for you, kid. Don't take on a boss in your own triad unless you know for a fact someone else is gonna back you up. Hierarchy is the only thing anyone cares about. Always have, always will.
Thanks for the advice, old-timer. So, when can we get to work?
Okay, big man. 我睇你點做. Patsy Wing. Bad luck at Mahjong. You'll need this.
Ooh, better gun. Not a pistol anymore. Like what she owes, okay. You got him like a big squad or some shit? This thing's fast as a motherfucker. Look at this shit.
Hey, Jackie.
Just checking in, man. I heard things were kind of intense. Wanted to make sure you're still with us, you know?
Pope seems to have a handle on who's causing the trouble.
That's a relief.
Look, I gotta go, Jackie. Gotta see a lady about some money.
Drifting. Oh.
I'm gonna pay up, you understand?
Auto driving.
That's a lot of muscle.
Where's my car? I was standing right there. Wow, bruh. Wow, that was easy to take out, not gonna lie. Spraying this shit down. Yeah, so you can flip a car. Yeah, I needed that, man. Or to be honest, I expected it, but yeah. Oh no, I had it. I'm stuck. Are you kidding me? That is so annoying. Yeah, I knew I had to jump over, but I fucked it up. I had a wall. There's a tree there. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. Oh my god, and she drives by others, so I can't reach her. Now get green. Pew. You're mine, bitch.
Who are you? What is this? I haven't done anything.
That's the problem. You old guy like rolling home money, you gotta pay.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I don't care if you're sorry. I care if you have the money.
I don't, I'm sorry.
Hey, stop saying it. Look,
Stop saying sorry.
I should cover my debt.
What?
damn. Wasn't gonna do anything that bad.
She jumped out of a speeding car.
No, next best thing though. Got a car loaded with dope.
Alright, what I have to do. Bring it back here as soon as you can. Don't drive around in a stash car any longer than you have to.
That's like, she just wanted to die, I guess. She somehow didn't die, but hey. Wait, oh, there's already drugs in this car? Sadly, I destroyed the entire car, so your stash might be a bit compromised by broken and debt collection jobs, high ruler outfit, central I got a new apartment. Fuck yeah, shit, we need to meet right away. Oh no. What's happening now? Boring bitch.
Raymond.
Shen, finally. Where the hell have you been?
Look,
Do you have any idea what's going on? What happened at the warehouse?
Raymond, do you ever actually read my reports?
Your reports? All I have to do is read the goddamn newspapers. They're calling it a massacre. If it ever came out that the police were involved, we're dead.
It won't.
Well, you can't know that. You at least could have turned Siwa over to us. It would have helped our case.
That would have put the entire operation at risk. What does Penju say?
You know, he's not your handle, Wei. I am.
Well, then fucking handle it, Raymond. Well, how'd you think this was gonna go down? Huh? Whatever it takes. You remember that? You wanted results, and you can't get them sitting behind a desk, nose in a rulebook, with a stick up your ass. Look, Raymond, I am doing what needs to be done.
No, you've crossed the line, Wei. I'm gonna terminate this operation.
You can't do that. Pendrew won't allow it.
Pendrew may like to take chances, I don't. And you are dangerous.
Fine. Before you go back to your office to try and pull the plug, go ahead and tell Pendrew that I just met the chairman of the Sun On Yi.
The chairman? Wait, you're just a foot soldier.
Well, this foot soldier has just been marked for promotion because I made sure Suwa got out safely. It'll be in my report, and maybe this time you'll actually read it.
Damn, he hit him with that. Fuck you. You fucked him up. New apartment. Alright, well, I think I might end there, to be honest. Wait, what? First League of Fighting on Secret Island. I got you an invite. Ferry leaves Central. It's a sick ass apartment. Alright, save. Oh, that's not the right one. Save. Alright. That is going to have to be it. I've been streaming for 5 hours, alright. Let's see, might stream some more tonight. I might stream some at like 2 AM, somewhere around there. I might go back live again, stream some more Sleeping Dogs, we'll see. Depending on if I feel like going to bed or feel like streaming. We'll see. Alright. Have a good one, mate.